Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing.
Oh, just in time. Good morning. I'm calling the meeting to order, and the first item is that we want to acknowledge that we are holding this meeting on the traditional territories of Coast Salish people, in particular the Qualicum First Nation. We have the agenda, but as you will notice through the time this morning, there will be some changes to the agenda. Some of them are minor, some of them are significant. The one item that you need to take notice of is item 90, where did I see that? Late number on 9-4D, and that is the request for proposals to manage the golf course. So that will come up later, and in the meantime, we'll just go through it slow because there are a number of changes, and I want to make sure that everybody understands. So, Ms. Daniela, would you introduce those, please?
Thank you, Mayor Westbroek. So the first change is on Section 7 Bylaws on page 3 of the agenda. We're looking at replacement item 7E, Eaglecrest Revisioning OCP and Zoning Amendment Bylaws, which is page 73 to 109 in the package. This provides a revised report and bylaw attachments to correct tables and descriptions. Please note that the report has extra pages, so there will be 2 page 110s if you have a physical package. The next item is under Section 9, Staff Reports, on page 6 of the agenda. There will be a replacement item 91A, Consideration of Expansion of Noise-Sensitive Areas, which is actually page 167, the individual map replacement. As it is double-sided, please keep the page in your package as it is. And then also in staff reports, under the corporate services section, on page 6 of your agenda, item 92A, under 2025 special event sponsorship applications, change of date. There will be a change of date from December 4th to December 5th. On page 7 of the agenda, there will be the same change of date under 2025 special event applications, that's 92C. Same change of date from December 4th to December 5th for the Christmas night market for both of those. The last section in planning and community development, that's also under staff reports, on page 9 of the agenda, item 94A, amended recommendation 3 OCP decision point number 11, replacing the word within with the word outside in the recommendation. And lastly, as Mayor Westbroek alluded to, late item 94D, to be added to the end of the agenda is page 261, Eaglecrest Golf Course request for proposals for the operation of the golf course, clubhouse, and pro shop.
Thank you, Ms. Lurberg. So with that, and as I said, we'll go through it slowly so everybody can follow, and there will be maps for each area that we're considering for rezoning. So then we have the agenda for the consent agenda, and we have the minutes of several meetings. Are there any errors or omissions in those minutes? Then all the minutes and adoption of the agenda by consent. No recognition, business arising in the minutes. Delegations. We have a delegation, Mr. Blaine Sipos, the Executive Director of the Parksville Qualicum Beach Tourist Association. Mr. Sipos, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thanks for the chance to talk with you today. I know you have a really full agenda, so I'm just going to zip right through this.
If you push the button so it turns green. There you go.
There, better. Okay. Okay, next slide. I always like to start presentations with this quote, and this really speaks to how we perceive our role in the community. I'm not going to read it all, but it's you can see that it's something that's important to the way that we operate. The next slide. The thing that I'd like to focus on in this is our purpose, which is to enhance and protect the Parksville Qualicum Beach experience. So anything that we're doing to help develop experiences in our region or grow business, we want to make sure that it's aligned with what makes PQB unique. Next slide. Just for those folks that aren't aware, the region that Parksville Qualicum Beach tourism represents is from Nanoose Bay in the south to Deep Bay in the north, and inland to Cathedral Grove. So it's quite a diverse area that we represent. Next slide. I'm very proud to say that Parksville Qualicum Beach Tourism has an international certification through Destinations International, the Destination Marketing Accreditation Program. That means that we operate our organization to the standards of a world-class DMO in a small town like PQB. We're in the process of updating that certification right now, and it's something that's really important to make sure that we're operating to the highest level. Next slide. Quick point about structure. We are a stakeholder-based association. We're governed by a board of directors that are volunteer, a wide range of representatives, and it's important to note that 50% of our core funding comes from the municipal regional district tax, which is the local hotel room tax that's collected from accommodations that have 4 or more rooms. Next slide. In 2023, you probably remember we went through quite a process to establish a long-term destination strategy for the region, and we are now in year 2 of implementing that strategy. And so I thought I'd take a couple of minutes to just talk about what we're focused on there. Next slide. You can see here there were 4 strategic pillars as part of that long-term plan. And I'm going to touch really quickly on some of the things that we're working on currently as part of that. So we're working on a biannual assessment of the tourism experiences in the region. So really identifying the quantity and quality of experiences in the region, as well as performing a gap analysis. And that's important because any experiences that we support in the future, we need to sort of know where we start from. We know that nighttime dining and entertainment options is something that's really important to growing the experience in the region, so we're looking to benchmark that as well. Really happy to report that since we started measuring the number of events that are happening in the region and licensing a new software product that's actually making more events visible to us to be able to add to our calendar. There's a lot more happening in the evenings in Parksville Qualicum Beach than people, I think, had perceived previously. And it's really focused on arts and entertainment, which I think is really well aligned to what we stand for in the region. So now, for the last minute, I'm going to jump through some stats really quickly. Visitor spending in our region has grown year over year, other than 2020, which you can probably expect. I do have some current 2025 numbers. Year to date, as of the end of July, visitor spending was up 9%, and visits to our region were up 7%. So that really aligns with everything that people have been hearing in the media about more Canadians staying in Canada, and thankfully we're receiving a lot of that visitation. Next slide. In 2024, as you can see, that we had $209 million in total direct visitor spending, and that's the breakdown of how visitors spend their money in the region. Next slide. A quick snapshot about the impact of tourism in the region. I won't go into each one of these, but it's important to note, I think, too, that 10% of all the jobs in the region are created by tourism, and that there's $308 million of economic activity. And I think that's my 5 minutes.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Harrison.
So as we briefly discussed prior to the meeting, we're about to head off to UBCM. Are there any particular policy recommendations you think as a DMO that we should be talking to the province about? Is there anything you're noticing in terms of either provincial policy or trends in our area that we should flag if we are sitting down and talking to provincial staffers? Mm-hmm.
Well, Destination British Columbia is a crown corporation of the province, and they're embarking on a pretty wide-reaching destination strategy of their own that's really looking to create a bunch of routes throughout the province. And so it's one thing to promote and package those routes, but it's a whole other thing to help communities and businesses create the experiences and everything that's required to kind of live up to the expectations that are built up around those routes. So I would really advocate for more destination development funding, and to also to make more programs available to businesses to be able to access in order to help grow the experiences in the region. Alberta, for example, has funds that businesses can apply for that help them pilot new ventures, and we're kind of behind because we don't have that in BC.
Just a second question. When we had presentations from the Chamber of Commerce who handle the visitor center, there's noting that there's been a bit of a drop-off number of folks who show up at the visitor center. Instead, a lot of people are just relying on the internet, where there are different websites that sort of lay out the destinations. So do you think there's any effort that some of the local businesses need to do in conjunction with the Tourism Association to raise their profile on the internet? Is there anything in particular that we could do to help with that?
Well, I think the number one thing that local businesses can do is to honestly, just to make sure that their information is current on their websites and on Google My Business, because that's where a lot of visitors go to first and foremost to get that information. And then it's likely the resource that visitor information counselors are going to use when they. The trends around visitor information centers are really moving toward more like providing an experience and a hub for learning more about the destination rather than handing out leaflets like they might have once been. So there's definitely still a role for visitor centers. It's just changing like everything else is in the world, right? Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Vander.
Well, I have lots of specific questions, but it was touched on in the information that you gave us. I just wanted to say that I know that you've been involved with the Tourism Association for 20 years, so I wanted to congratulate you on that.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend your celebration, but I think you're doing a fine job, so thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Hi, Blaine. I'm just curious, can you maybe illuminate us on how you arrive at some of the statistics as to, like, when you say there's a rise in visitors, your percentage, how do you arrive at that?
Well, there's a bit of an evolution as to how we've been monitoring visitor and spend. We used to really focus on projecting everything based on the amount of hotel room tax collected in the region. And through different economic impact studies that we've done in the past, we had an idea as to how, what percentage of visitor spending was allocated to things like food and beverage and retail and what have you. So that would allow us to sort of project how much overall visitor spending was made in the area. But now we have access to a much better source of data, which is through the Destination Canada. And it's a model that was created that pulls in a whole bunch of different data points, a few of them being like actual credit card spending, as well as different things like there's some Stats Canada that's pulled in. And so I think there's something like 100 different data points that are brought into this model. And it's the most robust visitor information kind of data that we've ever had. We can break down visitation based on same-day visitors, overnight visitors, which market they come from, and then we can also break down that spending based on those different markets. So it's quite elaborate. And then the consultants that we use for economic impact studies use that data to build out the reports that I presented. So those last few slides are part of our 2024 economic impact study that hasn't really formally been released yet. There's still a couple final touches to that, and so you folks got a bit of a sneak peek of it. Yeah.
One of the things I noticed this year, more than any other year, is how many people stop and take pictures of our flower baskets and our flower pots. And they are, I know every year they go, wow, who does this? Our staff does that. So kudos to our crew who builds these beautiful planters that really brighten up the uptown of Qualicum Beach. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your report, and again, congratulations on your 20-year term.
Great, thank you.
The next item is correspondence, and Council agreed that we received a report for information from the Broombusters. Everybody okay with that? And then so that's received by consent. Then the Qualicum Beach Pickleball Club and Councillor Skipsey would like to speak to that. Go ahead.
Thank you. The request from the Qualicum Beach Pickleball Club is to be able to reserve the courts. And, excuse me, during the summer, they were able to use the curling rink for space. And, excuse me, and then they will be getting into the Civic Center in October. Sorry. So this is a short-term ask. And they're asking for 2 of the 3 courts, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, from 1 to 4:30. I was going to propose that the council allow the pickleball club to reserve the 3rd court, which is actually marked for pickleball, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, from 1 to 4:30 from now until they move indoors at the Civic Center. So that would be my motion.
That's your motion, and there's a seconder. Councillor Vander, seconding. Further discussion? Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, so I think that we've debated this multiple times over the last 2 years. We do have a compromise in place, and this precise issue has been debated multiple times. I do know that later on there's a staff report in the council, when we have our individual reports, there's a whole staff comment on that. So I don't know if this is basically precluding that conversation or it's the same conversation. But for me, I just think that we have pretty clear direction for several years. I actually disagree with the idea that we should even increase the costs that's expected of them. We've given them an $85,000 funding target, and I think we should hold to that.
Your worship, point of order. I think that maybe Councillor Harrison is confusing this with the item later on the agenda. This is just about using the courts that are in place right now for the next month.
Yeah.
And we do bookings through the RDN, but the RDN looks to the town of Qualicum Beach to allow them to reserve or not to reserve a court. So.
Yeah, what I'm just saying is that we have a status quo, we discussed this, we have a series of decisions on this already, and I think that's fine. They don't have everything yet, but we do have funding commitments for them, so I don't see the need to change things.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
In regards to their ask presently, have we had a discussion with the tennis court people?
Can you comment on that?
Well, the tennis club has the courts reserved Monday to Friday in the mornings, so this was chosen in the afternoon as not to compete with them. And this would be, my suggestion is the one court so that there isn't a conflict with the other courts. There would still be 2 courts left for the tennis people to use.
Okay. Councillor Young.
But my concern is, has the tennis court agreed to that? Because originally this is the tennis court. And so have the players agreed to that?
Well, it's actually the town of Qualicum Beach and council that sets the direction on the bookings. So the RDN is looking to council to set the parameters. So if we, as council, say, yes, it's okay for pickleball to use the court Monday, Wednesday, Friday from this time, then they will reserve the courts for them. Otherwise, it's first come, first serve.
Okay. The question, of course, is also about the markings, the lines. Number 3, this is the one closest to the gardens. They have the proper lines for pickleball. How are they going to play pickleball on the tennis courts that are marked only for tennis? Councillor Skipsey.
They actually have the equipment to do that. So I think they have temporary markings that they lay down for while they're playing, and then they pull them back up again after they're done. But my suggestion is just to use number 3, which is already pre-marked for pickleball.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vander.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with doing this for the one court. And again, I would reiterate that this is separate from the motion that's coming forward. So we might be discussing apples and oranges here. So in terms of the pickleball club using that one court for 1 month more before they go inside, I have no problem with that at all.
Thank you. Can you read out the motion again, please, Ms. Lurberg?
Through you, Mayor Westbrook, that council allow the Qualicum Beach Pickle Club to reserve the third court on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 1 p.m. to 4:30 from now until they move indoors at the Civic Center.
Further discussion. Councillor Harrison.
What is the date when they move indoors?
Go ahead.
The correspondence states sometime in October, so I think it's about the middle of October.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Councillor Harrison opposed? Thank you. Alternate means of public notice bylaw. Ms. Lurberg.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. This is a additional memo that was provided to provide some clarification for some questions that and concerns that were raised regarding the when we first presented this at the July meeting. And basically, the PQB News is a very valued partner of the town of Qualicum Beach for advertising, and they were concerned that we would be implementing this bylaw and the direct impacts that it would have on them and their business. And also at that meeting, council raised concerns about the members of the public that do still use the print and digital media of the PQB News for advertising. At that meeting, staff did say we didn't plan on reducing the amount of advertising at this time, but the bylaw itself establishes a threshold and a minimum requirement for advertising so that in the cases where, say, a legislated timeline doesn't add up with the deadlines to submit newspaper ads, that we can still meet those legislated requirements for notice. And then in the extremely unlikely event that the newspaper is not available anymore, the town would still be covered to meet our legislative requirements. So we're requesting council consider the resolutions that were proposed at the July 16th meeting, and just with the understanding that we do not plan to change operations for advertisements in the newspaper.
Move for first reading. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Van Valk, discussion. Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so I know we discussed this in, I believe it was in July. If it was June, I'm sorry. It's been this is a big meeting, so there's a lot of information for you to go over. The more I think about it, I'm starting to wonder what is the need for us to advancing so quickly that we'd have the absolute minimum amount of time with electronic notification. Some of the decisions we're making today, are very, very impactful, and some folks are feeling that they're a bit rushed. So. I understand that, if there was a situation where the PQB News was no longer in service, we would have a real problem, and that's fair. But I'm wondering if there's a way we could, and forgive me as staff, could just maybe clarify, and I'm really sorry if I'm getting this wrong, is there a certain number of sources we have to print in the legislation? My understanding, when I read it, is that there's a certain number, we have to do one of like 2 different locations.
2.
And so would there be a way then that we could add more things as ways to notify as opposed to removing one?
Ms. Lurberg.
Thank you. Mayor Westbrook, through you. Under the legislation, we're required to advertise a minimum of 2 times in a newspaper is the basic threshold under the current legislation, unless you have this alternative means of public notice bylaw, in which case you need to identify 2 different sources of wherever you're going to be posting. So whether that's the website or your, like our constant contact is our current recommendation is to do those on the digital platforms. But those are kind of the 2 separate thresholds. So if you do not have a public notice bylaw, you default to the newspaper provisions within the Act.
I made the reason why is that in my first term, one of the most useful pieces of feedback was a committee of the whole meeting, which was a military veteran was walking by, and we were discussing the pot shop right next door. And at the time, there was a lot of concern about potential ramifications of approving that. And he just walked in and said, well, you know, I'm a veteran, I have PTSD, and I have medicinal marijuana prescription that helps me with my PTSD. And so I sometimes think that one of the issues, if we're going to rely on, and I know like our quality of life survey said email is the best form of contact, but email is going to be read by people who already are in connection to the service. And sometimes there's folks who might not have that connection that would actually for the first time want to speak to something. Usually folks are a lot more engaged when they're close to them than when it's further away. So day to day they might not pay attention, and suddenly there's something in their backyard and they very much want to engage on that. So I don't know, I'm just sort of two minds. I understand the efficiency side, but I also think that sometimes too much efficiency might not be advantageous, because the kind of things the big decisions we make, I worry about too much speed on the big decisions. I think for a lot of like this bylaw itself, right? This isn't something where I think we need extensive debate as a community, but I worry about the things where we do need that extensive debate that a future council might just say, oh, well, we put it out the email, so guess what?
Yeah, I think it's, as we explained, most proactive. This is being proactive, that if we don't have another source to publish what we want to advertise, we have this option. But as I can understand from Ms. Lurberg, we're going to continue trying to get it in the PKB News at least twice, unless there's an unforeseen circumstance. So I'm okay with this. I support this. Thank you for being proactive. So on the first reading, we approved except one, and we're going to go to 3 readings if I can. Okay.
Just one last question, if I may.
Sure.
Is there a way to, like, I know the staff's positions that. I'm just thinking more for future councils that I think we want that to be the case. Would that be reflected in the language anywhere? Like it's something where the default will be this method of communication? Because right now it's a verbal staff report, but I don't know if it's included in the bylaw proper.
I think that's a fair comment, because things change, and for people's continued information with new councils is important. So is there a reference, will there be a reference, or is there a reference that this is only in unforeseen circumstances we can get the second publication? Ms. Lurberg?
Through you, Mayor Westbrook, there is not currently a reference in there towards that, no.
I think personally that that may be a good thing to have, because I know the people that work at the PKB News are also concerned. And we understand that we all work together in this community, and we need them as they need us. So I think it's fair to have a motion to amend the current bylaw that would include a reference that this is only for unforeseen circumstances when the second advertising in the PKB News is not available.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I think that's reasonable. Do staff have any concerns, though, just through the chair to you?
Through the chair, no, there isn't concerns with it at this time. I do believe having a provision within that bylaw to continue to, have to follow the legislative requirement for, posting 2 times in the newspaper may be counterproductive to the intention of this bylaw. So there is a part of me that might suggest if council isn't ready to proceed with this at this time, then we don't give it readings and we bring it back at a later date.
Okay, good. So we've passed first reading with one Mr. Harrison opposed. So let's stop. We didn't vote on it yet? Did you not vote on this? My apologies, stand to be corrected. All in favor for first reading? Opposed? For first reading, you're okay?
Well, it's a bit tricky because we suggested an amendment, and then we haven't voted on the amendment.
No, but I thought we can do first reading.
Yeah.
Then don't do second reading,
Okay.
but make an amendment if you like.
Yeah, okay.
Motion.
Now I see where you're going. My apologies. Okay.
So before we go to second reading, obviously you'd like to make an amendment?
Yeah, just that their staff include in a future report language pertaining to publication in the local newspaper as default unless circumstances prevent such methods. Okay. I'm sorry, the wording is garbage.
No, I wouldn't say garbage, but if you would submit that to Ms. Lundberg, then we can consider,
absolutely, yeah.
We can consider that at the next meeting when we take care of second
That's reasonable.
reading.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll just leave it at first reading at this point. Then miscellaneous rates bylaw. Who's going to speak to that? Ms. Vanderberg.
Through you, Mayor Westbrook. This proposed bylaw, the amendment to the miscellaneous rates, is part of a review of the Civic Center rental rates. What staff are proposing is to move the rates into the miscellaneous rates bylaw, just to have all of our rates and fees kind of towards the same space. The actual changes to the rates themselves would be kind of the forefront of the discussion. What staff are proposing is to have a 20% increase to the rates. The rates have not been reviewed or changed and updated since 2012. So that in our assessment of other municipalities and in our comparison, we found we are a bit behind. When we looked at the application of the CPI to the rates, that would bring us closer to 30% increase, which we thought might be difficult for the current users to have a 30% increase at one time. So we're proposing 20% and then looking at a 3% annual increase following that to try to bring us towards that more market comparator. And I say market comparator because it's not to bring a profit to the town. It is just to cover the expenses and the costs of running that facility or those facilities, including the community hall. So that is kind of where we came at the 20% with the 3% annual increase. And a 3% annual increase has been a common practice in other municipalities when they're reviewing their rates each year, as well as other bylaws that we've done as a municipality in the town of Qualicum Beach, when we provide an increase each year within the same bylaw.
Thank you. Comments? Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, so for me, I think back to Parksville last term where there was a bit of a hubbub over a community center turning a profit, and I'm not sure I agree with their decisions. For me, the primary metric is utilization. Are we seeing full utilization of this space? And then let's try to get as much revenue as we can with full utilization. I do worry a bit that a 20% spike is a bit of a hefty spike for some smaller groups. There is a process for nonprofits to ask for some fees to be reduced, so that's good. But I'm wondering, have we done, like for some of the groups that are utilizing the space, have we talked to them about a 20% increase? I understand where you're coming from. If we haven't increased rates for 13 years, I mean, obviously we have to increase the fees. That's reasonable. But have we done any outreach yet on that proposed increase?
Through you, Mr. Ware. No, there has not been any consultation officially with any of the user groups at this time yet. Obviously, if council wishes, we can take one or two readings at this time and then have some consultation as well.
Yes, I think it was perhaps an oversight for us not to do this annually. Now, the rates that we are charged for most groups is very, very reasonable. I mean, we're not talking about hundreds of dollars for a room. When you look at the rates that we charge, it's not a huge amount. So, but in fairness, I think if we proceed with first reading and see what kind of feedback or pushback we get, we can take another look at it. So I suggest we do first reading and then consider the effect of it. Councillor Skipsey, first reading. Thank you. And Councillor Harrison, second. Discussion. Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so the one thing when I worked in insurance I was really proud of is there was a young couple moved to Qualicum Beach. They had a huge water claim year one, and they basically, the husband came to me and said, well, we can't pay our mortgage if you jack up our insurance rates as much as you're saying. And so because we sort of did it in-house, I did the math and said, well, what if we had a slope over 5 years? And you don't have that hit right away, but I calculated the math. The company gets the same amount of money. They pay the same amount, and you should check your rates after 5. So I'm just thinking when we're looking at this, like if everyone says 20% is fine, there's no problems, fine, who cares? But if there is some folks who give a lot of pushback, then maybe as we do subsequent readings, like should take 7% per year for 3 years, right? On top of the 3, and then you get that 21% after 3, and that basically gets you your 20%. Yeah. So something like that, just as a thought. If there is a lot of groups who say this is a huge burden, just because we have a lot of folks on fixed incomes. So I'm not sure if there'd be pushback.
Okay, Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I do always caution against using just flat percentage rates because 20% of what is actually the thing we need to understand. So if the public is curious, please refer to page 51 and page 52 of the agenda so you can actually see the increases. So there is a rental comparison between the current hourly rate and the proposed hourly rate. So for example, if we look at Pioneer Hall, prime time, you have figures like $125 versus under a proposed, it moves to $150. So while 20% can sound like a lot, it may not necessarily be, so we want to consider the context of that. And then you'll see larger changes if you flip over to the second page on 52. So again, staff would welcome council's direction to go and engage with some of those users who would be affected by some of those larger changes. But we would like to see, to get this moving. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Vander.
Yes, thank you. I was going to point out the difference in what groups are currently paying and what they would be paying. And it does, 20% sounds big, but in most cases it's not a huge amount. I think that we also give a lot of breaks on the rentals to groups, and I have no problem with increasing these rates because I think it is reasonable. These are the rates from 2012, and we are in 2025. And to be fair to the town, I think we have low rates. We will still have low rates, and we give some reduction on those rates to a lot of groups. So I'm in favor of going ahead with this.
Thank you. Councillor Skipsey.
Yes, I was going to say, I'm in favor with the previous two speakers. I think I've always maintained that instead of always looking to find ways to cut spending, that sometimes the alternative is to increase revenues. And I think that what is being proposed seems fair. And if you look at the rates, I know a group that uses the booth room, and they're nonprofit, and so they're going to go from $17 a week to $20 a week, and I don't think that's a big ask of anybody. So yes, some of the bigger rentals would cost more, but everything is costing more in 2025, so thank you.
Okay, so we had mover and second for first reading, and that passed. Anyone care to make a motion for second reading? Councillor Vander, Councillor Skipsey seconding. Discussion. Councillor Harrison.
I just point out, page 55, the costs are a little bit higher. They're about $1,000 for, say, the commercial. So I'm just thinking a one-time 20% increase is about $185. So that's why I was thinking that for some of the smaller fees for nonprofits, for smaller rooms, yeah, it's really is trivial, honestly. But for some of those larger spaces, $180 increase year over year is a chunk of money. So that's the reason I was pointing out that we might want to talk to some people.
Thank you. On the second reading, all in favor? Opposed? Councillor Harrison opposed. Oh, you're not? Okay. Okay, so carried unanimously. Anyone care to make a motion for a third reading? Councillor Young, Councillor Vander, discussion on third reading. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Harrison opposed. Thank you. And then Council approved the revised policy 4004-1, Civic Center and Community Hall rentals. Councillor Skipsey. Councillor Vander, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried unanimously. Property tax exemption. I think we go through this every year, but Ms. Hare, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll provide a brief overview of the 2026 permissive tax exemption bylaws and the staff recommendations. So the purpose of this report is to provide or present council with the proposed permissive tax exemptions for the 2026 taxation year, including the renewal of existing exemptions and the addition of 2 new properties. So under Section 224 of the Community Charter, Council may, by bylaw, exempt certain lands and improvements from taxation. These exemptions are entirely discretionary and must be adopted by October 31st to take effect for the following taxation year. Unlike most municipalities, the town of Qualicum Beach does not currently have a formal permissive tax exemption policy. As past practice, the town has not required an annual application process either, so exemptions have been continued or adjusted at council's discretion based on a staff review and council direction. For 2026, staff are recommending exemptions consistent with prior years, with the addition of 2 additional properties that I'd mentioned, and those being the Naked Naturals parking lot at 733 Memorial, which is leased to the town for public parking, and the Qualicum Commons at 744 Primrose Street. This property is owned by School District 69 and was historically exempt under a statutory exemption. So the town has entered into a 1-year lease agreement to manage the facility, and a permissive tax exemption is proposed to ensure that the property remains exempt. These properties both provide community benefit and are eligible under the legislation for a permissive tax exemption. In summary, the total estimated value of permissive tax exemptions for 2026 is $659,000. That includes taxes paid to other taxing authorities. $305,000 of this amount relates to municipal taxes and represents about 2.3% of the municipal tax levy. So the staff recommendation is that council adopt the proposed permissive tax exemption bylaw for 2026, including the renewal of the existing exemption and the addition of the 2 new properties as I outlined earlier. That concludes my remarks, and I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hare. I think this is a kind of a functionary thing, but I think we should take each reading at one at a time. So is council prepared to move along with this? The first one would be exemption for, there's two categories. One, places of worship, and then the other one says outlined by Mr. Hare. So are you ready for first reading on that section? Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander, discussion, Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so just 2 questions. One, local governments are prohibited from providing assistance to business. So with the lands for the parking lot being owned by Naked Naturals, do we have a formal lease agreement for the use, or is it just an informal agreement?
Mr. Hare.
The legislation does allow for permissive tax exemption when a portion of the property is being used for public use, and they have a lease agreement with the town.
Okay, so just to the question, there is a formal lease agreement with Naked Naturals then?
Yes, there is.
And secondly, my understanding for the Island Corridor Foundation is that their main source of revenue is charging folks for like basically crossing their lines, and I don't believe the town is exempted from that. I believe we give them 5 digits every year. And I'm not saying we change this yet, but I do just want to notice the discrepancy between we are giving them a permissive tax exemption and they do not give us an exemption to the best of my knowledge. Am I incorrect in that, Mr. Hare?
They would not be providing a permissive tax exemption to us.
So just want to note that discrepancy. I mean, there's some awkward conversations we need to have with ICF in the future, but I would note that we do have the ability to withdraw that tax exemption in the future should we so choose.
The benefit for sometimes sticking around here so long is I know we tried that before, and it didn't work. So for first reading on Bylaw 913/2025, it was moved and seconded. Ms. Young. Councillor Young.
I'd like to get clarification on why the Memorial Golf Course is tax exempt as well as the Into the Woods daycare. I feel like they're both businesses, and all golf courses and all other daycares do pay commercial tax, triple net, and so I feel in business it's not fair play when the golf course and the Into the Woods do not, they are tax exempt.
Well, as far as golf courses, I believe we collect more from the lease payment from Memorial Golf Course than from taxes from both Eaglecrest and Pheasant Glen combined. So they aren't getting scot-free. They're paying more in lease money to the town. I don't know about Into the Woods. Any explanation for that, Mr. Sales?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Young. Into the Woods is a nonprofit society that operates that facility. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Harrison.
I think in both cases, we're actually the landowner. So, I mean, it's fair to say in the lease agreement, what should we be asking? But if we were to charge taxes, we'd actually be charging ourselves.
Yes, and we'd have to share that. Thank you. So for first reading, did we get to vote on the first reading, Mr.? Okay. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. And for second reading for Bylaw 913-2025, Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. And for third reading, Councillor Young, Councillor Harrison, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. And for places of worship, Bylaw number 914-2025, for first reading, Councillor Young, Councillor Skipsey, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. And for second reading, Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander, discussion. All in favor? Carries. And then for third reading for 914-2025, Councillor Harrison, Councillor Young, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Third reading of the Town of Qualicum Beach Downtown Development Cost Charge Reduction Bylaw. This is also for third reading. Any further comments, Mr. Sales? All right. Councillor Skipsey moving, Councillor Vander seconding. Discussion. Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, just to reiterate, because we're not doing an economic analysis of this, I don't support it. But just one other thing, too. Is discussion of ACCs germane to this, or is that be something that would be more a DCC bylaw? Just through the chair to staff. If it's not germane, then we'll discuss that at a later time.
That's a good question. Mr. Sales?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. It's not relevant to this bylaw directly, certainly in the context of overall development financing. It's something that merits a careful look at some point in the future, but as of right now, it's a few years off in the town's work plan. Thank you.
Okay.
And just for the benefit of the public, ACCs are amenity contributions. Sorry, I was realizing using shorthand, and folks might not know all the acronyms. So this is basically what the province said in the Bill 43 and 44 as a replacement for what we used to call CACs. So.
Yes. Thank you. So for third reading, any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Councillor Harrison opposed. Carries. Eaglecrest revisioning. And this is going to take a bit of time, and we should take our time because it is a significant project. And I want to make sure that council is clear on what we're voting on, and also for the public to see which areas are affected. And in our agenda packages, there are a number of maps and explanations, but I think it would behoove all of us to listen carefully to the presentation by Mr. Sales. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. And I do have some slides, and I'll walk through it one property at a time so it's very clear what we're talking about. So while the slides are being pulled up, I'll just give a general introduction. So the town has a conditional agreement to purchase Eaglecrest Golf Course in the total amount of $8.5 million. And one of the conditions of that purchase is that the town has to adopt zoning and OCP amendments relevant to these lands that need to be upzoned, essentially, prior to the November 1st deadline. So the process we're going through right now is part of the town's due diligence to ensure that this transaction is in the public interest. This is just a portion of the map that was provided to the public when the overall announcement was made. The lands are divided into different areas where the town may consider different uses, both in the zoning bylaw here and then further refined through additional research and public consultation. So I want to emphasize this again because there will likely be questions both from council and the public as we continue with this. And it needs to be entirely clear that the OCP and zoning amendments under consideration right now are not a plan. What they are is the establishment of a range of uses that could be possible on these lands, and it's setting a framework for future discussion. So the actual plan will be refined through further analysis, discussion with council, and public input. So I just want to be very clear, as we talk about each of these properties, the debate is not, is this something, is this the, has the decision been made that this is what we're doing on the land? That's not the case. The question for today is, do we want these options to be on the table for future discussion? And so, admittedly, the range of uses is wide in some cases. So with that as a preamble, I'm going to just go through each of the land areas under discussion one at a time, and if there's questions, comments, concern, proposed amendments for each of them, then we can go through them one at a time. So the first property under consideration is at the corner of Country Club Drive and Eaglecrest Drive. So this property encompasses a portion of the land is currently the maintenance shop, and a portion of the land is open space. The proposed amendment to establish a suite of potential uses in the future would amend the zoning from the current recreational designation to a designation that allows a mix of commercial and residential uses. The OCP amendment relevant to this property would change the designation from Parks and Recreation, the current, to a new designation which is commercial residential. The intention is that at some point the town may want to contemplate a mix of residential and commercial on the site, and the amendments would allow for that discussion in the future. Would it be helpful if I stop after each of the lands and then we can,
Yes.
if there's any input? Thank you.
I think this is very good for council and the public to see, specifically each area, because there's 9 areas that we're going to take a look at. And if I can sense support for what you're presenting, then at the end we'll make one motion, one for the OCP change and one for the zoning change, after we've perhaps adjusted what is being presented. So, Council, what's your opinion on what's being presented here under this particular piece on the District 4 districts, the corner of Eaglecrest Drive and Country Club? Councillor Harrison?
Just to stake out my position, I oppose the purchase altogether at the end of the day. But my specific question for this site would be, my understanding is this is where essentially there's like a work shed there, where I don't know if it's equipment or chemicals they store there. So if that has to be relocated because of development, who will pay for the construction of that new small shed?
Well, the idea is to leave it there for now, because we've got enough work to do with the rest of the golf course, trust me. So it would stay there. But I figure in that corner there's about 6 or 7 significant residential lots. So if you do the math, I think that would generate enough income for us to relocate the shed. That shed is old, and it was planned and built when it was an 18-hole course and all that. There's another couple locations we need to consider, but we don't need to do that today. So the question is, would you agree to rezone that for potential commercial and residential use? That's the question. So I'll go to Councillor Skipsey.
I just wanted to confirm that the maximum height then would be 11 meters. Is that, I think maybe that was different from the original one?
Mr. Sales, were there height restrictions on this particular proposal?
Yes, thank you. The commercial residential designation establishes a maximum height that's exactly the same as all the surrounding residential properties, 11 meters.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Councillor Vander, then back to Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about wanting commercial on that corner and the commercial that's been outlined is a coffee shop and maybe a little grocery store. I don't know that that really fits in with the neighborhood in terms of the coffee shop part. If the clubhouse serves coffee, people could probably go there.
Yeah.
So I'm not opposed to the increased density necessarily, but I just question the commercial use.
Thank you. I have the same concern, just so people know. Personally, I think it should be a residential corner, but let's have that discussion. Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, just to get back to my question, though, my question was about the cost, because that's a key consideration with this, is how much land we develop is a function of how much money we need to raise to offset the costs for this purchase and then the subsequent work that needs to be done. So do we have a rough idea? Because I'm just thinking we recently built something similar for the Memorial Golf Course a few years ago at the start of the pandemic, and I think that was like about $170,000 or so.
No, that was about 900,000.
Oh, 900,000, sorry, my apologies, I got the numbers wrong.
It's a great facility, it
Yeah.
is right now.
It's a
But
bit
as I
larger.
said earlier, we've got enough to do with rezoning the other pieces that don't have the issue of changing it to residential and commercial and relocating the workshop. I think when we have an operator for the golf course, we can work with them and say, where do you think the best spot is to park your equipment? Some of the equipment is already parked on the building adjacent to the parking lot, and there's more room there. So it could be transferred to it. Your question about chemicals is a concern. So I think to eventually relocate that shed is beneficial, but like I said, we have a potential revenue stream of about 6 or 7 town lots in that corner that could be used to offset the cost to relocate it. Probably have more than we need to build a shed. Councillor Harrison?
So can staff maybe just give like a ballpark idea of the cost of that then? I'm just, because this process eventually is going to go to a public hearing, right? And I think folks are going to want to know, for all the stuff we're doing, what are the long-term financial impacts, and then that relates to how much development they can reasonably expect. Because I think to Mr. Sale's point, just because we're rezoning all this doesn't mean every square inch is going to be built. But we do need to know rough ballpark how much is going to be built, I think, in terms of just the public feedback when we have the public hearing.
Mr. Sales?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison, and to address the broader point, this question will come up as we proceed through each of the parcels individually. So if all of the land that were under discussion today were to be developed to the maximum density permitted in the zoning bylaw, it would significantly exceed the town's financial requirements for the transaction. So at a point in the future, the town will be considering those financial trade-offs. So the town does have a building inspection report that is going to go to council at an upcoming in-camera meeting along with the other due diligence reports. However, having said that, that amount shouldn't necessarily be relevant to the setting of this framework for discussion. Once again, we're just saying what are the suite of possibilities that the town may need to draw on for the financial information. So it, you know, if you're looking for general ballparks, I think probably that memorial maintenance shed is in the realm of the cost for a new one. But having said that, whether it's relevant to the discussion today about whether or not we want to have it on the table for future decision making, I don't think it's directly relevant.
Thank you.
So the reason why I'd say it's relevant is that if we don't need to sell the land, there might be portions that we don't open up for future development, right? Because if we have enough development, say with 17 and 18, then maybe some of these smaller corner lots don't need to be rezoned. So that's why I do think it is kind of relevant, because if we're discussing what we change in an OCP amendment, we probably don't want to have a massive excess amount of residential land at the end of that process that's just sort of sitting there. I think folks would probably want, from my sense at least, sort of being the Eaglecrest rep, most folks want to see the minimum amount of development necessary to pay it off, right? I think that's the general gist. I don't think folks are looking for $10 million extra of just slush funds for future councils to spend. So that's just sort of why it all links together. How much money we're going to spend relates to how much we need to develop. And then if we know how much we need to spend, we can sort of think forward to, does all of this get rezoned, or does some of it get rezoned?
Thank you. Councillor Skipsey.
Okay, so my question would be then, if we're giving this introduction, first reading, second reading, then there would be time later to make amendments and whatnot after the public hearing or after we receive the results from the survey and public consultation? Is that correct?
Mr. Sales?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Skipsey's question, it is legally possible to make minor changes after the public hearing. However, it would be best practice to finish this OCP amendment and zoning amendment process, and then if council realizes that it doesn't need all the potential that it has zoned for, it can refine it either through additional covenants on the land or through a subsequent zoning amendment. So what you're describing is certainly a possibility, you know, to kind of hone it down after hearing from the public on the October 6th public hearing. However, you know, staff's recommendation would be to continue the process, complete the process, and then if there's lands council wants to downzone, we can certainly do that.
Councillor Vander, you haven't spoken yet.
I did speak because I thought I didn't want the commercial space, but I think the purpose of what we're trying to do is to set a framework, as Director Sales said. So these are some possibilities, but we don't have to do them. And they will be influenced by the public consultation. So other than the fact that I don't agree with the commercial space, I have no problem with it being included in the rezoning to the, I don't know what you would call it at that point, R20 maybe is, no, R20 is, I don't know what zone it would be if it didn't have the commercial.
Thank you. And through the chair to Councillor Vander, it would likely be R1, residential 1.
Okay. So I might just include in terms of residential 1 then, that the public should be aware that because of the provincial mandate of Bill 44, that could mean that 4 units could be built on those lots.
That's right.
So
what I'm trying to aim for is that we have a general plan, but we don't have to execute it right away. Obviously, we can't sell those lots because of the building being there. So it's going to take quite a while, but eventually the potential use for that corner area, 6 or 7 lots, would be residential. In the proposed change, it's residential and commercial. And I tend to agree with Councillor Vander that we should not include commercial in that, on that corner. But I haven't heard from the rest of council whether they agree that it should be both residential and commercial in the future. Councillor Young.
I'd like to have it stay as the opportunity to consider it possibly commercial or residential, and we can always discuss it when something comes up in that regards.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, I just point out too that I did some rough spitballing, like without telling folks exactly what some of the targets are, with some people who actually built in Qualicum Beach over the past few days, just sort of saying, you know, roughly how much money do you make per, say, condo unit in terms of the land value? So what can we expect sort of like as a revenue stream per condo unit? And I mean, I know the consultants are probably going to have some figures at the end. I think there's a lot of unknowns, like do we do, if we do a giant strata, we'll get less money per unit of land because there's more services that the developer has to build in. So depending on how we structure this, but there are going to be several hundred units that are going to be needed. It's going to be a fair bit of development, and there are currently very few amenities. It's basically just a clubhouse, really, in Eaglecrest. So for current use, commercial doesn't make a lot of sense. But when you look at the full scope of development that's going to be necessary to pay all those costs, it's one of the reasons I'm sort of harping on the costs is that there's a lot. There's a lot of things we're going to need to do. That it might be beneficial in 15 or 20 years' time to have some commercial space in that area, but I do understand why right now it doesn't feel like a good fit.
Thank you. So as I said, we'll go through each of these maps individually, but it would be good for staff to note which ones we agree with and which ones we may have a problem with. Councillor Skipsey.
Yeah, I'll just add that I'm okay with leaving the commercial in for the time being. In the past and in relation to the sustainability plan, we've talked about having little nodes in different neighborhoods so that people can walk and get a carton of milk or whatever it is that they need. And I think that a coffee shop helps build community and whatnot. So I'm open to looking at some options and hearing from the public.
Right, and what we're doing today is not the final decision. This will come to a public hearing, and all these maps will show up again for the public to comment on. So I'm okay with leaving it for now, and then listen to the feedback from the area residents and others, and decide whether we want to stick with the commercial component in that corner or not. So to move forward, because we got a lot of items, we can leave it as it is and listen to the feedback from the public hearing. Councillor.
Just one procedural question, if I may, Your Worship, through the chair to staff. So with the timeline, like we have to conclude the sale by November 1st, and we have a public hearing, I believe, on the 6th of October.
Yeah.
So if we make any changes that trigger a new public hearing, we're not going to meet the statutory notification requirements probably. It would be almost impossible, I think, to hold a second public hearing prior to the sale. I could be wrong, but I just think the timeline to have to do the public notification, it would be really, really tight.
I'm not sure if that is really a problem, because the reason why you have a public hearing, that council would listen and make adjustments accordingly. That's the whole purpose. So if we have the public hearing on the 6th, before we go with third reading, we can make those changes if we wish, and there's enough time for that. Would that require then another public hearing, Mr. Seals?
Thank you. There are changes to zoning and OCP amendments that would trigger new public hearings. So it's really case by case as to what the changes that council wanted to make are. So I couldn't generalize and say, yeah, council can make any changes after that point, but there certainly are changes that you can make. So maybe we can discuss this as we go. Certainly anything that council anticipates changing, especially if it's an increase in density, it should be made now. Some reductions in density can be made more easily later. So it's much harder to increase density, because then people are on their back foot saying, hey, you didn't tell me you were going to do that, and I didn't have a chance to comment in the public hearing. Slight reductions in density are more likely, but I'd prefer to take it on a case-by-case basis if council's proposing a change.
Okay. Personally, I would prefer if we took that right out and deal with it when we're ready, or the new operator's ready to build a shed somewhere else. And then we can go to the rezoning for just that area. We don't have to deal with this at this stage for what we're trying to achieve for the acquisition of the golf course. We can leave that out. We can leave that out until it could take years. I mean, how long did it take for Qualicum Beach Memorial to build a shed finally? So I don't think this is instrumentally necessary right now. So my recommendation is to take this right out of the whole process of rezoning of the OCP and the amendment, so that we don't have to deal with it, because I can see this may become a huge distraction while we're losing sight of the big picture. We don't need to deal with this. It's not going to happen for years before we're ready to relocate that shed. So then we can rezone it. We don't have to do that right now, in my opinion. Mr. Sales?
Thank you. Just a question of clarity. So are you saying the zoning wouldn't change, but the OCP designation would change now?
Neither. We can make changes after. We've made OCP amendments and zoning amendments after. Throughout the year.
Yes, so that is certainly the case. The contract does require the zoning amendment on this portion of land. Council doesn't have to accommodate commercial, right? You know, if you choose to only accommodate residential, but as I noted at the beginning, the completion of this OCP amendment and zoning amendment process is a condition of completing the contract.
All right then. Well, Council, are you happy to leave it in as a commercial opportunity in the future? All right, we'll leave it as it is. Next item.
Thank you. The next property or portion of land under discussion is on the west side of Country Club Drive. And this is currently one parcel, but it's going to be addressed in two sections because upon site analysis, it appears that there are potentially different uses that might be considered. You know, if you look at Royal Dornoch as the dividing line, land north of Royal Dornoch may have different housing potential than the land south of Royal Dornoch. So you'll see these two parcels considered separately. So the proposed amendments are the overall OCP amendment would change from Parks and Recreation, the current designation on all these lands, to multifamily residential. The zoning amendment would change the designation of Recreation 3 to Residential 20, also amending the subdivision district. Residential 20 is a zone that has been used in other parts of the town. Generally medium density, I think would be the best description. One example of a property with that designation is at the corner of Memorial and Railway. There's that 3-story building there. So the maximum height in that designation is 12.75 meters. So slightly higher than residential, but not a lot higher. Thank you.
We've had some emails, comments from people who live right there. Not so much the folks who live across the street, but people on Cottage Drive, for instance. Their homes, there's several lots there that back onto that section. And they've asked if there could be a bit of green space. So the buildings that you described wouldn't be looming over the homes that are there. So how would we accommodate council's wish if we want to accommodate the request from the neighbors to say, can you leave a little bit of green space there? A few trees, some green, some grass. How would that work? How would we bring that in?
Yes, thank you. So this is the broad framework, but lots of detailed site planning still needs to be done, and including a little park in that area adjacent to the current residence on Cottage Drive. We're aware that that's been a request, and it's totally possible, depending on how the land gets built out. So I think we'll just need to say thanks for the comments. Let's see what we can do as we move into detailed design, because depending on how the housing is configured on the site, there's absolutely potential for a little pocket park or reasonably sized small park there.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Vander Valk.
I think it's really important that we also consider the relationship between buildings. If there's multiple buildings, for example, that could be built on this portion of the land, then I think it behooves the town, the planning department, to have an overall plan of how those buildings relate to one another. We discussed this a little bit in our OCP review committee meeting. And I mentioned there are some projects, mostly in Vancouver. One is Arbutus Walk, which has a big park area, walking paths amongst the buildings. So I think it's really important. It's hard to say, well, this is where a park should go and this is where the building should go without some kind of a cohesive plan. And I would hope that we're looking at that as well. So that would be my comment. I don't see a problem with that zoning or that form of housing there. It is a bit, as you mentioned, or as Mr. Sales mentioned, it is a bit higher than currently around in the neighborhood, but it's not unreasonable. But I think we have to keep in mind that we need to also look at how things relate to other things on these sites in terms, particularly in terms of green space.
Yeah, so just through the chair, 12.75 meters, given, the step sort of requirements we have for multifamily, how many stories would 12.75 meters be?
Thank you. So 3 stories fits fairly well in 11 meters. I have seen 4 stories fit into 12.75. It's a bit of a squeeze. So what's interesting about, you know, all these lands on the west side of Country Club Drive is the topography. So that's also going to be a factor. So in answer to your question, I would say 3, maybe 4 stories.
And just from the information session, the first one, Mark Holland mentioned that when they're doing work with was it Westbank, I think was the firm they were consulting with from Nanaimo, that 3-story multifamily generally isn't profitable in the current business climate, and the profit comes from the 4th story. So in order for it to be a viable multifamily development, according to him, it needs to be either a 4-story multifamily or a 2-story, essentially like a duplex kind of arrangement. So then if we're making it realistically, it's more 3-story, I think, for that height, is just to be fair. Are we then going to get maximum value for the property, or are we going to significantly get less money because it's difficult to make it economically viable?
Mr. Sales.
Thank you. So there's a few key things that are in the zoning, the R20. One is the overall density, and then the other parts of it are your setbacks and your height and things like that. You can't vary the density later, but I would say that if council received a proposal for, you know, a building that was slightly in excess of 12.75 meters, you could always adjust that through a variance process. So the really core piece to try to get right at this phase is the density and overall uses, because that's what sets your overall development potential on the site.
Go ahead.
Just one more question then. So given the size of this piece of land and the density in the zoning, what is the maximum number of units, because I'm assuming this is the big question, that could be built hypothetically? I'm not saying that's what will happen, but what's the maximum zoning potential?
Mr. Sales.
Thank you. I don't have that exact figure today because I think it's almost assured that we likely won't be building to the absolute max, and there's a danger at putting absolute maxes out there because there might be a perception that is the plan. But I will calculate those numbers. I think it's relevant to the discussion, and I can provide that at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just how many hectares is that site then?
About 3.
Yes, thank you. It's approximately 1 hectare.
So in the zoning, it's 80 units per hectare, not including care beds in our staff package. So I'm assuming that it's roughly 80 units?
Thank you. So that just one clarification. So in your amended agenda, the not including care beds was deleted from this section. So this one doesn't have the care beds. Yeah, potentially it could be in that 60 to 80 unit range. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, so we'll leave this intact at least for this at this stage of the game, and bring it back to our attention after the public hearing. Next item.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. The next portion of land under consideration is south of the land we just discussed. So as you're coming up Country Club Drive, this would be the land up to the right, you know, before the cell tower. So in that area there. So this is south of Royal Dornoch Drive. There's a lot of topography in this area, and there's also a lot of you know, trees in the cell tower in the background that have significant height and massing. Also, the interesting thing about this portion of land is that if you construct something at the top of the hill, there's no views that are impacted. And depending on how it's done, you know, the presence on the street could be mitigated through good design. So the potential uses that staff recommend putting forward at this point are the OCP amendment would change from parks and recreation to institutional/residential. And then the zoning would also change to the, I think that looks like a mistake on the slide, neighborhood residential. Give me a minute, because that one should be the institutional potential as well. And I'll just describe the institutional potential and where that rationale came from. So council received a delegation recently describing the magnitude of the need for seniors care in our community and the general island overall. recognizing that as our population is aging, the number of beds is falling farther and farther behind. So not to say that there's a clear intention to put any sort of seniors care on this site, but as we open up potentials for discussion later on, staff recommend including the possibility of some sort of care potential on the site. So that could be something like the Berwick facility, it could be something like the Gardens facility, could be something like Qualicum Manor. That exactly how that would be implemented would still need to be discussed through detailed design and further discussion, but put it in on the table at this time just allows that discussion to take place. Thank you.
Again, for green space on that intersection, and we're going to need more space for the intersection when we build the roundabout, but it's a beautiful area right up to the path, the golf course path, for a natural green space. So does your response is similar to what I raised earlier regarding the development next to Cottage Drive?
Yes, thank you. So Mayor Westbrook, as you note, there's a nice path that comes from this corner and down. So that's something that we can look at through the detailed design to see if we can preserve all those nice connections that people enjoy.
Yeah. The golf course path is actually a little bit further north. Cuts it almost right where it becomes a straight line on the left side. Down further. That thing is fast. Yeah. So that area would be a little bit bigger than what's identified in the next slide as well. So if as long as I know and all of us know, that we are looking at a sizable green space that's there currently now, because it's very attractive and it's part of our ambiance and character of the town. When you come in, we don't have tall buildings right at the entrance of a subdivision, but some green space that people have been asking for as well, and it's already there. Okay, so anything else, Council, as far as this piece? Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so I just got a text message that the previous property is 2.4 hectares, so that would probably be about 180. This property, my concern is more about the traffic flow. So I'm going to ask a question we already know the answer. Have we done a traffic study about the impacts of the increased density and how it relates to Country Club Drive? And I'm also thinking long-term our roundabout too. Forgive me, as we go through this, basically when you turn off Island Highway, there's not a lot of space before you get to that intersection. And if we're going to be adding a ton of density and there's a ton of cars, I'm just worried that we might get a few cars backed up in that little gap, and then suddenly you're getting very close to the highway. So I know we haven't done one yet, but is there something that we're looking at, like when we were looking at the, because we've discussed publicly the many of the roundabout, have we done any sort of study of how many units are being added and then how that impacts traffic flows?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. So yes, there's two kind of levels of analysis that one is done and one is not. So the level of analysis that's complete basically says you have a traffic challenge at 19A and Country Club Drive. You will continue to have a traffic challenge if you add this other density, but it's not so large that it's a game changer. But bottom line is we need something now. We will still need it, and it'll be slightly worse if we put on these things. And so that's something to consider as we move forward. The second level of analysis is that there are essentially 3 active intersections in Eaglecrest, and then one where Royal Door Knock comes down close and could potentially be activated. So we started the process of having a traffic consultant complete a more comprehensive analysis of all 4 of those potential interchanges, because the solution could very well involve some changes at multiple sites. So, for example, at the public meeting, we've heard from people in Chartwell that some of those crossings are very challenging at, for example, Yambury, Chartwell Boulevard. So we're going to look at the overall situation and see what can be done as we move forward with this. Thank you.
So just to clarify, then, that won't significantly, I mean, I do know the roundabout design has to be updated. We heard that just recently, but this isn't going to completely require a redesign, like say having a 2-lane roundabout or something, which I'm sure would be very interesting for our drivers.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be. No, I think what Mr. Sales is saying is, and this also is about 2 acres, 2 hectares, I mean, but we're going to have some significant green space so the traffic won't be backed up because they have to make a turn into that subdivision. This will come about when we do the more detailed planning, but we're looking for a general support of the direction that we're going, because right now we don't have that. This is where the rubber meets the road, so to speak, no pun intended, where we're going to plan for a subdivision area that's identified on this map, but not the size of it, because I know from talking with others that there will be a requirement for a green space on that corner, which is a natural spot for people to walk their dog or have benches and so on. So it will be different than what we see, but in general context, this is where we're going. All right, Councillor Van der Valk.
Thank you. I do have concerns about the height that is listed here with 17.5 meters, which is about 6 stories, if I'm correct. And I know that we did, the consultant at the open house had a straw poll and asked if people would be willing to look at 6 stories and 4 stories. And there were a number of hands raised, but I wonder if we should be saying 6 stories in this location at this time. I would feel more comfortable if we were a bit lower.
Well, you can't just say a bit lower. How much lower?
Well, we have the R20, our existing zoning R20, which will give us 3 stories with a squeeze. I would say between 3 and 4. It depends on the design and how the roof is done as well. So if you have 6 stories and you have a great huge roof above that, then you're looking more at 8 stories in reality. So I think the design, do we want the space designed into the roof, as has been done on some buildings previously? So I would feel comfortable with the R20, or the height of the R20, maybe 4 stories, depending on the design.
Okay. Anyone else have an issue about that part of the presentation where we're looking at height of buildings? Pardon? Oh, Mr. Sales, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. I think the discussion about height is a very good one, and very clearly people are passionate about specific heights. 6 stories, there might be a way to integrate it sensitively. I think needs a little bit more analysis, but we're just saying it's a possibility. What I would recommend is that council hold the height as is right now and refine it through the design process later, because until council has the financial information, I think we don't know what opportunities or parkland or whatever that might be, council might be forsaking by committing to a lower height at this time. In other words, we might be able to achieve some of the park benefits that we were talking about, or trails or connections or upgrades through the height. And if we sacrifice the height, we may have to cover more of the lands. So I think that's a very good discussion, but I think until we have a little bit more information, I'd recommend council hold off on reducing the height.
Thank you. Councillor Van der Valk?
So can I just ask then, if we said, okay, we'll leave it at 6 stories, and we're going to get the financial information about what that could possibly bring in terms of revenue, would we also be getting the alternatives in terms of if we had it at 4 stories, then what would that mean? Because I don't think that we necessarily want to have the revenue as the only deciding factor. I think it does have to fit in with the surrounding neighborhood, and it would be nice to know what the difference is in terms of revenue.
Well, the surrounding neighborhood includes a cell tower. That's a lot taller than that, but I don't think it would compare it to the tower. Any other comments, Mr. Sills?
Yes, thank you. So there certainly would be a four-story kind of option presented to council. And like in discussions with the consulting group and preparing to submit a report for council consideration, there's going to be a bit of a range of scenarios that meet council's financial objectives presented. And so there is a clear understanding that all else being equal, our community prefers 3 or 4 stories, right? It's very clear. So let's see what can be done to meet as many objectives as we can at the same time.
Yeah, but Mr. Holland did speak to the fact if you go taller, you'll have more opportunity for green space than if you go on a lower scale, like 2 or 3 stories, you're going to occupy a lot more space. So that's something to consider. It's a trade-off, but also with finance. And he made it very clear, and he's probably accurate, that if you want to maximize the return on these lands, higher is better, and you would have more green space. So there's some trade-offs that we have to consider. I personally don't think 6 is appropriate, but I'm willing to hear the rest of council and the public on that matter, because it's also very important to them to have green space. Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, even though I think there were some gaps in the public information session, I think folks were pretty clear about how they felt about 6 stories. And seeing as how at the first session about 75% of people were from Eaglecrest, I think that is giving you a pretty good survey of what people in Eaglecrest think about 6 stories. But we do run into the problem, though, too, that this entire project, all the funding of it, is contingent on selling a lot of land for multifamily. And yet this council hasn't exactly been supportive of multifamily so far in the term. We haven't built any multifamily beyond 2 fourplexes. That's the most residential units in any one development I think we've approved this term. So now we're going to the people who we've sort of made things a little bit difficult for in the past and saying we want top dollar for the land when they might have to have a reasonable expectation of how difficult will it be for me to build my building. I still think that 6 stories is a little bit too much. I think everyone sort of agreed on that. I do think, too, though, that we'll get that financial information in the future, but I think going the direction of 4 stories or even 5 stories now might be better. You can always do a variance later on for extra height, right? That's not a problem. But it's also, too, like, even though I don't support this, I think if you say there's going to be a huge section of 6 stories, you're going to have a bit of a problem at the public hearing. And the only other thing I'd point out, too, is that if you put your green space right by the highway in that corner, that is probably going to be the busiest part of the whole, part of Eaglecrest. So you might want to consider the green space being a little bit further away from that corner, just so there's fewer crossings and fewer people, having to navigate traffic. It might be a little bit safer if it's further north. But that was sort of the point raised earlier.
So just to get some conclusion on this particular topic of 6 stories, if council would like to say, we're not going to use the number 6, we're going to use the number 5, I'm open to that. So, but we have to give some direction to staff. When we present this to the public, we can say, no, there's no 6-story buildings in this development area. It's going to be maximum 5, and depending on the design. So if that's what council wants to do, we should give that direction today. Councillor Skipsey?
Well, I think I would be more comfortable with 5 personally, and because of the topography of the land, that's the highest part, and then it drops off from there. So you're building your tallest building at the highest point, which I always seem to have a problem with. But I think I don't know if 15 meters would be enough for 5 stories, but I think I would definitely be more comfortable.
Okay, can I see, is council prepared to take the number 6 out and replace it with 5? Councillor Harrison?
I just think both 2 and 3, so both the previous property and this one should both be 4 all the way through. You get more density on the other half, and then you get slightly less density on that portion. And then you can do a variance if you need extra height. The density is probably going to be the same. I don't think we're going to see an increase in density in the rezoning. I just think having both of those slightly more density on the other part and a little bit less density on that part, and then it's you can sort of make it work together where they're a little bit more contiguous as opposed to a steep drop down from what you see first. Because for me, that entrance into Qualicum Beach is sort of iconic. That is sort of what I remember as a little kid when we'd visit for a day. And so I don't like the idea of having maximum density right at the edge of that corner with the sign. I think it might be a little bit less than attractive. But I mean, this is also too, this is so early in the process.
But if staff and the community knows that we're not inclined to support 6-story buildings, then that's something they can consider when they talk to their neighbors and at the public hearing. So if I hear that there's a motion that we will not entertain 6-story buildings, then that's clear direction. Are you willing? You make that motion that we will not entertain 6 stories?
That we not entertain 6 stories in this location number 3.
Okay, and a seconder for that? Councillor Vander. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So that's one clear direction, not 6. Okay, next one.
Thank you for the clear direction. So the next lands under consideration are adjacent to Blind Bogey and Eaglecrest Drive. The proposed OCP designation would change from Parks and Recreation to single-family residential, and the zoning would change from recreation to residential 1, so the same as the surrounding areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Any concerns about that? Councillor Harrison?
Have we finalized the golf course realignment yet?
Mr. Seals?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Harrison, the alignment has not been finalized.
Just because I don't know, like I know these courses, those holes have been unplayed for some time, but if we're taking out 2 holes on the back, I'm just wondering, would these potentially be holes that are played in the future? Because if you do develop on the edge, that's sort of how the course connects through, is right on the edge of those properties. I mean, it's still doable, but you'd basically have a tee box in someone's backyard, and that'd be a little bit awkward. So I'm just not sure if we don't know if those holes will be part of a 9-hole course or not. Just, is that something we know at this time? I know the mayor probably thinks we probably won't, but I just want to make sure of that.
Yeah, no, we looked at that, and the one to the north, he would have to move the tee box to the east, but it can still be a fairway, be a little shorter. Probably better to be a little shorter, because that's where we used to get a lot of complaints from people spraying balls into the into the yards on the south side. And the one across the street from there, future would have to move the greens further back. But it's a very long par 5, so it would not change the design or the experience of the golf course, but you would have probably room for 4 or 5 residential units. So I'm in favor of proceeding with it. It doesn't eliminate the future use of that area. We're not planning on it right now, but if we wanted to go back to 18 holes, that could still come into play. Further discussion? All right, so we'll accept that as it is. Next one.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. The current, this parcel under consideration is just north of Royal Dornoch, and this is currently town-owned. So it's already zoned for residential, but it is currently zoned for rural residential, which was a holding pattern as the town proceeded through Bill 44. So just for clarity, to make it consistent with the surrounding areas, the recommendation is to make it R1 like the surrounding area, and the OCP would be amended accordingly. Exactly the same discussion for the next one, so I'm just going to mention them both together in case council wants to address them both. So same thing, it's already zoned residential, but it's zoned a different residential, so might as well make it the same as the surrounding area, and the same change on the OCP. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, Councillor Harrison.
And just through the chair's staff, so given Bill 43, how many units would be able to be developed on each residential lawn?
Mr. Sales.
The R1 zone allows 4 dwelling units, just the same as all the other parcels in Eaglecrest. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, concerns? Next, please.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. The next parcel under consideration is on the highway, and this is another one of the the holes that is currently active but would be part of the reconfiguration. So this one is town-owned currently, and it's leased to the golf course as a part of the operation. The proposed change would change the OCP designation from Parks and Recreation to multifamily residential. The zoning would be changed from Recreation 4 to Residential 20, which I would note is the same designation as we were considering on that other parcel on Country Club Drive, on the lower portion of the west of Country Club Drive. So maximum height 12.75 meters, accommodates 3, maybe 4 stories, depending on the design. The overall density would be okay, though, so if there were a need for a minor variance for architectural quality, we could consider that later.
Thank you. Comments? Councillor Harrison.
Just once again, brief traffic issue. Where exactly do staff expect the density to exit from? Is it on the base towards Harlequin, or is it closer towards Fairways?
Thank you. Through the chair, excellent question. 2 possibilities that we're exploring. One would be to exit, or to enter directly from the roundabout. Roundabouts aren't limited to 4 legs. There are many roundabouts with a 5th leg. That's one option. The other option would be to have a single entrance from the east side of this parcel, and with no entrance or exit on this side other than emergency vehicles.
Councillor Harrison.
And just for the public's benefit, I'm sure everyone knows this, but just in case you don't, the town already basically owns basically all of the property as a highway right-of-way.
Thank you. So the parcel that we're looking at right here is owned by the town, and the adjacent land to the south is under the complete jurisdiction of the town. The Ministry of Highways, Ministry of Transportation does not have jurisdiction. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? And again, when we look at the actual proposal with the idea that we need to have some green space and maybe a little bit taller, we can accommodate many of the issues that have been raised, including raising enough money to buy the course. Thank you. Next item.
Thank you. So the next 2, just flipping back and forth between them, they are separate parcels, but I think in public perception and in practice, they are considered together. So this is Yambury Park. It's 2 parcels. Once again, setting the framework for future discussion if council wanted to explore this as a residential property. The zoning would change from F1, Recreation 1, to Residential 1. The OCP would change to single-family residential, or to residential as well. Yes. So for council consideration, if there's any changes that we need to make at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would think that we should leave both of these pieces alone, leave it as Yambury Park, and not plan any subdivision of either piece. But both pieces are connected, as you said, and I think it's a nice way to enter into town, and to take down a whole bunch of trees and then plant them somewhere else doesn't make sense. So I think it's part of the character of that neighborhood, and I would ask council to move that we do not include these 2 pieces in our land use changes. Councillor Vander Valk? You may move that we do not include these 2 pieces, and you'll have to help me with how you refer to them, but I can see them there. And Councillor Skipsey seconding that we do not include this in the potential rezoning and OCP amendments. Councillor Harrison?
And just to add to that too, in 2017, there was a council resolution to do everything necessary to make Yambury Park a park. And in 2019, we had a house cleaning amendment where we said, I forget the exact map schedule, but basically update the map schedule in the OCP to make it a park. I don't know if that's the actual step necessary to make it a legal park where it's subject to certain protections, but there are some folks in the community, I've gotten some emails like, wasn't this a park? Didn't you have these council resolutions? So if we do want to develop that, we should probably rescind those earlier resolutions.
Yeah, we did pass a resolution that this would be a community park. So whether that needs to be strengthened, I don't know. But I think it's pretty clear that council does not want to proceed with any kind of subdivision or development of those two pieces that make up Yambury Park. All right? Next item, please.
Thank you. So when we get to the stage of making motions,
Yeah,
we'll
well,
delete those. Thank you.
I think we can make a motion specifically to this piece, or these two pieces that eliminate them from being considered up for development. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander. Pardon? Okay, so what's the motion? Can you read out the motion for me, please?
That council not include the areas that currently make up Yambury Park in potential rezoning and OCP amendments.
Thank you, and that was seconded. Discussion, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. So that includes all the lands that are individually under consideration. So maybe just as a matter of housekeeping, we could address the Yambury Park one. So just for the record, essentially what we would be doing is deleting Clause 11 and Clause 12 from the zoning and OCP amendments. So I can read it out loud, and I believe, Danielle, you have a copy of this. So the amendment would be that zoning amendment bylaw number 900, 2024, amendment to Eaglecrest bylaw number 900, 06, 2025, be amended by deleting Schedule 6A, zoning map is hereby amended by changing the zoning designation of Lot 4A, District Lot 88, Nanoose Land District, Plan 1286, except part in Plan 12661, from Recreation 1 to Residential 1, as shown, outlined in a heavy black line on Schedule K, which attached to and form part of the bylaw. That would be replaced by a language that, or said that would be deleted in its entirety, because essentially the land would be staying exactly the same.
Thank you.
And in the second, the second part would be done to the other parcel. So exactly the same change applying to the other parcel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need a special notification on the height restrictions that we said no more than 5?
Staff will take that direction and make the changes prior to the public hearing so that it's the distribution, it's the information that the public receives. So we can make that change. It's better to not make that one on the fly because it needs to be made in a few different places.
All right, so we have to, if we can do them all at once with those changes, first of all, for the OCP change, so we can make one motion that deals with all these properties as far as the OCP amendment, and then we do a second motion for zoning amendments. So on the OCP amendment, could I have a motion to that effect, including the changes? Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Young, discussion. Councillor Harrison.
So I have a bunch of questions.
Go ahead.
So is this the right time to do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, sorry. So just in the staff reports, when they talked about the roundabout, there were two different costs. And one was like 3.4, 3.1? One said 5. Do we have, what's our current cost roughly for the roundabout?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. The community transportation plan flagged it initially as around 3 million. Recent cost estimates are 5 million.
So 5 is the sort of like the going number now, and granted that can change in the future, fair enough. One thing too, just around when we were talking about the sort of the blind bogey properties, along that hole you have a ditch basically which has water through it. Just thinking of some of the costs when we start taking over that, I'm assuming that's not up to municipal standards. Do we have a rough idea what that cost would be to serve, like for irrigation more broadly? Just because, you know, we're inheriting a golf course that is not, up to our standards as Qualicum Beach as a municipality. So just for sort of like irrigation, stormwater, do we have a rough idea of how much we're going to be spending?
Yes.
Thank you. So the town's consultant, Corps Engineering, is actually undertaking a drainage master plan right now, which is an update to work that was done in the 90s. They're aware that the town may acquire the golf course lands, and so they're also looking at those connections. So there's a lot that the town doesn't know at this point. You know, there are existing deficiencies that will need to be corrected over time. which of those deficiencies are urgent and which can be done, over time remains to be seen. But as a part of the transaction, staff will be recommending reserving some monies to fix deficiencies that we may not actually be aware of at this time. Thank you.
At some point, I mean, it might not have the number now, but at some point would that number be made public? Ideally before the public hearing.
Well, here's another point. We know there is a drainage issue in Eaglecrest. Mostly all along the bluff of Qualicum Beach, there is an issue. We've had examples where homes slid right off the top. And we're dealing with Seacrest, and we're dealing with other intersections there, where owning the golf course will help us deal with some of those issues of bluffs sloughing off because there's no proper drainage. This whole development of Eaglecrest happened under the authority of Ministry of Transportation when it was part of the regional district. We're fixing a lot of problems, particularly with drainage and, of course, with some traffic issues as well. Owning the land where the problem begins as far as drainage and irrigation, we can help with that. So it's an opportunity for us to address a lot of concerns people have had. I know a former member of council had to be on evacuation alert because the bluff that he lived on might slough away. So it's a big issue, and I don't think it's all tied to acquiring the golf course, but it will help if we acquire the golf course to deal with those drainage issues earlier. What the cost is of that and attach it to this project, I think it's a general drainage issue, not just because of Eaglecrest. But Eaglecrest acquisition will allow us to address it. So the number will be hard to come to until we actually know where the drainage issues are. I know there's water running down from Harlequin that surface what is currently the third hole because there's no proper drainage. And it carries all the way down to the waterfront and the bluff. So it's a big issue. It's not just, okay, we're buying the golf course and we're going to fix the drainage. This is a whole standalone major capital project. And there's probably millions to fix that. But we can't ignore it. So, Mr. Sales?
Thank you. I think you're right in identifying there's an existing issue, and there might be an opportunity to address that through this process. What I did want to address, and my apologies, when I was advancing the slides, I skipped over one of them. So there was one property that we didn't have a chance to discuss individually. That's the land immediately adjacent to the proposed roundabout at that'd be the southeast corner of that parcel. Does council want to go back and discuss that one?
Show us the slide and we'll have a look at it.
The slides look very similar, and I must have hit the button twice.
That one?
This parcel, yes.
Yeah.
So this parcel is proposed to be changed to the same designation of this other one, which is that residential institutional designation in the zoning, and then to institutional residential as well in the OCP.
Okay, I thought we touched on that we wanted that corner to be left alone as green space. So, but if we want to be more specific, council could make a decision, make a motion that we do not include that piece for rezoning or an OCP amendment. What is council's wish? Okay. Councilor Vander Valk seconding. Ms. Lurberg, did you get the intent of that motion? Okay, go ahead. Yes, Ms.
Sorry. So that council exclude consideration of the parcel at the corner of Country Club and Highway 19A in the zoning and OCP
Yeah,
amendment.
that's the motion. Thank you. Councillor Vander.
Thank you. I just had a question if there's any sense of, if a roundabout were to go in, would that affect any of the lands that we're looking at?
Yes, it could. And that's why we're saying we're not including it into rezoning it to residential.
And the other parcel that's running parallel to Highway 19A? That might also be affected, I don't know.
It may be, but from what I've seen on the design that we currently have, it mostly affects that piece. There'll be a piece of it, and that would need to be used for the roundabout. Mr. Sales?
Thank you. Just to clarify the motion, I just have it on the record if we could ensure we're saying the land on the northwest corner of that intersection, just to make it clear in the record that we're not discussing the land on the northeast corner of that intersection.
The piece that's marked in black heavy ink?
Yes, correct.
That's the piece
Yeah.
that we're saying we should not include in the OCP amendment or
Yes.
zoning change. All right, so that's the motion. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Thank you for drawing our attention to that. I thought we had it included that discussion, but I'm good to make it clear. So we can now move to the next phase, and that is all these changes that we made from the list that we have represented. And there are basically 3 changes. Yambury Park, this piece, no, not this piece, the one that we just discussed. Who changed the map on me? That one. So that piece, and then also no 6-story buildings. So with that, we can make 2 motions. One regarding the OCP amendment, according to what's being presented. Not sure how I would word that, because we made changes to what was presented. So can we come up with wording that makes sure that staff understands that we are willing to go to the public hearing with all these other components, but not the 3 that I just outlined?
Thank you. So the bylaw could be introduced as amended to address the concerns previously discussed by council.
All right, so we have that motion. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander. Discussion. Councillor Harrison.
Oh, I still have a lot more questions.
Go ahead.
So another one was, so we're designating a significant portion of the golf course for parks. One question, 2 folks in the community have raised the issue of the covenant. And I know legal stuff is usually in camera, just because the idea of the covenant is sort of circulating in the community. And the text of the covenant is that it's for the Oceanside Strata Covenant. And it's not so much recreational uses. It says specifically for golf course or ancillary uses for a golf course. So I'm just thinking maybe this is something we might want to get legal to look at and then maybe have a message to the community. Because right now there's several people I've talked to in the community who are saying, well, why are you making it a park when it has to be a golf course? And that would be a real issue. So I just think we want to clear that up.
That's very good. Thank you. Councillor, Mr. Sales.
Yes, thank you. The same question was asked in recent years when the current owners decided to downscale from 18 holes to 9 holes, and they said, well, hold on, this land says that golf courses are used as ancillary too. That language specifically identifies that roughs are a permitted use. From an outside observer, a rough is generally in tall grasses and unmaintained land, which is pretty much functionally identical to a natural area, which is what the town is considering. So that's one angle. The other thing which is interesting, not related to the previous owners, but positive obligations in a covenant don't carry forward as land is sold. So in essence, the enforceability of a positive covenant like thou shalt operate a golf course is passed because the golf course has changed hands several times since then. So we could get a formal legal opinion, but I think there's more pressing priorities to investigate at this point.
Thank you.
Well, if we think we should move on, fair enough, but I'm just thinking that's going to be several questions at the public hearing about that. So I don't know if it's something that we necessarily need to do anything, but if we have lawyers on retainer, essentially, might be a good question just to get them to sign off on something to that effect.
Yeah, but we're not considering that area for rezoning. It's green space. It could be used eventually again for golf course, could be frisbee golf, but it's park, and it's not going to be developed. And I think that's the main thing, is we don't consider having development in those areas around, basically around the Oceanside Strata and Eaglewood. So I think we're okay as far as this stage of the process is concerned. So that was for first reading.
Oh, there's still more.
But related to the motion?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So also just for the park improvements, do we have any idea of the cost for the park improvements we're looking at?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. The cost of park improvements could vary widely on what the parking plan is. So I think as we proceed through this process, if council does choose to acquire the property and designate the lands for park, I think it would be advisable to go through a process of park design, and then that park design would generate costs. And as a parallel, I would refer to the Sotlam Park planning process that we went through, where the community is engaged to say, what would we like to see on these lands in the future? You know, once the acquisition, if the acquisition is made, there's time to get into details through public consultation like that. So in answer to the question, it's really hard to say definitively what the cost would be when we don't know what the park improvements are in the first place. Thank you.
I think the way the current owners have looked after it is it was basically under the premise of unsightly business, unsightly premises. So they had to cut the grass, remove dead trees and stuff like that. So I think we can have a low-key park area for now until we, as you said, went through a process with the neighborhood or the whole town as to what people would like to see there, like we did with Sutherland Park. But there's no immediate rush. I think the biggest thing for people who live there is that we're not rezoning it into development areas. Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's a few more questions about costs, but I would say things like parking, if we were going to put in parking on, especially the Oceanside area, because you're not doing a loop through, so if that's going to be a park that gets busier, we're going to have a conversation about, you know, are we parking on Pintail or are we creating a small parklet? It's not the end of the world, but it is something that might have to be done. And then course rehabilitation, there's probably going to be a cost of that, but again, we haven't finalized the course layout, so we probably don't have a hard number for that. Then the building itself, so for the clubhouse, is that something that'll be able to be published prior to the public hearing?
Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, the rehabilitation of the building, so any costs that'll accrue to the town for the clubhouse over the next few years.
Okay.
Just we've got a ton of emails like, what's the business plan for the next 5 years or 10 years? And
Thank you.
Thank you. So that is a part of the due diligence process, and that'll be presented to council at an upcoming in-camera meeting. And what council releases from that meeting would be a discussion at that meeting. So we do have some preliminary analysis of the building. It's primarily for the purpose of letting council know what the potential costs are so that you can make a decision. If council decides to release all or a portion of that report, that would be a decision for a future meeting.
okay, so things like building equipment, that's our future decision. When we're looking at the revenue we're going to generate from these properties, so we're basically saying, here's the land we're rezoning. We go to the folks who are consulting on this project, and they'll say, okay, here's roughly how much money you need to generate, and here's roughly what you need to do in terms of how the development proceeds. Are we looking, when we talk to a consultant, are we assuming that there's one type of development template? Like, are we doing like a large strata, a series of freehold units where the town is responsible, say, for the access road and some of the services? Just because, you know, if you do a very large strata, you'll get less money for each unit for the land overall. But if you do it as a development, it's like smaller lots that are freehold, maybe we'll get more money, but then we have to do all the services. So I'm just wondering, are the consultants looking at those variables? Just because when they did the information presentation, said, if you do this much, this type of development, you get this much money. But I just think there's a lot of extra variables as well. So I'm just wondering if they're looking at that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Excellent point. The value of land is impacted by the decision to go strata or not, primarily in the single family context. So I think as we get further in, if there's lands that are going to be developed for single detached dwellings, making them strata might impact the overall parcel value. That is something that the consultants would be looking at. It's probably not relevant to all of the sites, but some of them where council is looking at that single detached housing type, then we'll need to weigh the merits of the strata versus freehold. Thank you.
Fair enough. And when we're doing this, we're selling land. Obviously, it's a very big property. It's kind of old. The history of the golf course goes back like 100 years altogether, and I'm not sure when a lot of the most recent serious work was done. So in terms of a contingency fund, having a contingency for a sudden surprise that's unwelcome, which, you know, forgive me, you're buying a huge piece of property, anyone could run into something. Would that be then a contingency fund we're creating through land sales, or is that something where we just sort of hold in the budget as somewhere else? So I'm just sort of wondering, are we creating like a buffer for unknown unknowns? And if so, where's the money coming from?
Thank you. I would say that that is a live discussion with council, you know, that, and they'll need to make that decision based on the financial report that's forthcoming. So it could be a reserve, but that's going to depend on council's decision making. Thank you.
And I agree, that is a big unknown. But playing golf there most recently, I know there are issues with the greens. They're going to reopen the greens, I think, on Friday. They weren't playable. They were playing temporary greens. There's issues with drainage on the course, irrigation systems. We will have to have a contingency fund to absorb that. So the target for us to buy the golf course and have enough money to just pay that is not going to be enough. We would need probably a couple of million as a contingency fund to deal with all the issues that this golf course will have to go through and get fixed. So we're not just looking to raise $8.5 million to buy the course. We'll need several million more to bring it up to a good standard. And it's been neglected. And one of the reasons why we're buying it, because it's just kept getting worse. Whether it's the building or the greens or the fairways, all the equipment, the systems they have, it's going to be a lot of work, and it's going to cost a lot of money. So I want to go into this with our eyes wide open. That $8.5 million is not the target. It's probably more like 11 million or 11.5 to deal with the issues that I know of. And then, as Councillor Harris has said, there's a whole bunch that we don't know. But I'm still very positive about us proceeding with this. As I said at the meeting, this is an acquisition for the town that will be there in perpetuity. It's a community hub. The building that's there has served as well as a community hub with a banquet room, restaurant, bar, patio. It's a very popular place. So it's not just buying the course and see if we can make it work as a golf course. It's the whole acquisition. Yeah, we're going to have to make some changes to make it work. But I think overall, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, I've heard similar comments that were made when we bought Memorial. I wasn't part of that, but I heard enough about it that people thought, why is the town buying Memorial Golf Course? Well, I don't think anybody questions that decision now. When we bought Memorial Golf Course as a town, we paid about $2 million. At the time, tax revenue was about $2 million. So half the tax revenue was spent on buying a 9-hole course, which didn't have a very good clubhouse, didn't have much for parking. There was lots of issues they had to deal with. But at the time, people were critical, and I expect a lot of people to be critical of council decision today. But it turned out to be a good decision, and I think this will be a good decision in the long term. To own about 100 acres and we sell about 10 or 12 to make that work without raising taxes and having control over issues like irrigation. The province has given us a mandate saying you need to build more housing. There's a whole bunch of reasons why this is still good. I know going through all the details, it may be laborious, and if it never came to council's attention. It would save us a lot of work, but anything we're doing has a cost. And I think this is what we're doing.
Just a couple more. So one is, I mean, there's still a lot of things we don't know yet. We don't have all the reports. We haven't completed our due diligence, to be fair. But at what point will we have a document where we could present to the public? Just because I've received probably about a good half dozen emails saying, what are the operating costs going to be like? What is the cost for all these, the sort of the things I mentioned earlier, when you add them all up, what's it going to come to? When could the public expect that document? It might be, is it going to be several weeks, several months? When can they expect that information?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. As noted, the information that's being prepared right now is to support council in the decision as to whether to proceed, and how council chooses to release that information is going to be a discussion of council, probably in an upcoming in-camera meeting. So there's no one solution. I think there's probably some merits to moving very quickly on the release of information. There's probably some that might be better to wait until we're sure of the direction. So
it's totally fair to say that's a council decision in camera. When would the staff side of that work be complete then? Council can make a decision and release it any date they want, but when would those due diligence be done on the staff side? So when does it go from being, we don't actually have the numbers yet, to we have the numbers and council has to make a decision?
Thank you. Some of those numbers will be available prior to the beginning of October because there is an October 1st meeting that is planned. Some of them will take a little bit longer. For example, the costing on the rehab of the golf course, we do require professional input on that. I don't expect that work will be complete by October 1st. So kind of case by case, the building inspection report is complete, so that would also be available at that time.
Okay. And then just sort of getting really close to the end here, when are we going to sort of release to the public sort of a strategy of how we're selling the land? Because if you wanted to maximize the value, you do small chunks phased over a long time, but we do have a bit of a time crunch to generate funds. So when are we going to have some sort of public plan saying, okay, this is how much land we're intending to develop, this is roughly how many units we intend to develop, and so folks sort of know the timeline for just how much money we need to raise, how many units we need to build, and when they can reasonably expect those units to, because we don't actually build them ourselves, we're just putting the land on the market and then hopefully someone buys it. So is that something that we're going to develop a timeline for, and if so, when will we publish that?
Thank you. Excellent question. Those are decisions that council would be making in terms of the overall phasing of properties and things like that. They would likely be making that. Council would make it in October. However, the timing of when that's released and how that's released, it does need to be done very carefully because there's a lot that needs to be thought of in terms of the phasing, and it may require back and forth between the consultant and council, even after the decision to purchase the course has been made, right? So hard to say. I would say unlikely in October, more like November. I should also note that there is upcoming consultation still planned after the decision of whether to complete, because the town is going straight into the WHAM housing project, which actually has a lot of mutual influences on how we develop some of these lands. So that consultation would be starting in November. So there's a few pieces moving at the same time. So in answer to your question, probably not October, possibly November.
And to be fair too, once we hit the market, if things move quickly, that might change timelines. If things aren't selling at all, that might also change timelines. So it's hard to really say. Just one question about the WHAM thing. As a point I made as a sidebar to one of the consultants is that I'd be asking in a meeting. So here we are asking it at a meeting. So for the Modus consultant who's doing the study, but also doing some of the Eaglecrest consultation, are the hours they're using for Eaglecrest, is it taken from the contract for the WHAM study, or is it an additional amount of funding for the same group of consultants?
Thank you. It's an additional scope of work, so it's not reducing in any way the WHAM work, and I would say that that's actually very complementary to the WHAM work. So we'll get more out of the WHAM housing project having gone through all of this Eaglecrest discussion.
And then,
Just a sec.
Oh, sorry.
You may want to identify what the acronym stands for.
Yes, thank you. It's not a reference to the 1970s band. It's ways to achieve attainable market housing, and the town is going to be looking into the feasibility of different housing options at multiple scales, and community consultation is very important to that process. So we will be talking with the public to get their input on what viable attainable housing strategies might be. Thank you.
although I would add, if Boy George was going to DJ for St. Andrew's Lodge concerts, they'd probably get a lot of folks. Just a couple last questions really quickly. One is something I'm just generally curious, and I don't know the answer to this. Some projects, if they're OCP compliant, don't go to a public hearing. There's no even really a council process. So say things zoned for single-family homes, so everything that's R1, you build a single-family home, you comply with the setbacks, you comply with all the rules. It doesn't really go to council, it just goes to staff. If you're building an institutional building, that would probably come to council for a building permit, even if you complied with all the setbacks and all the rules. So I'm just, maybe just more for the public, what sort of buildings would come back for more council debate, and what sort of units could just be built by right once we pass this rezoning?
Mr. Seals.
Thank you. The projects that would come back to council would be those that require a development permit. So anything more than 2 units would come back to council on pretty much all of these lands. The caveat there is that even a 2-unit development might come to council, depending on the size of the second unit, because we don't want to complicate the process for building suites or little cottages on a property, but we want to ensure proper design controls for things that are essentially duplexes or multifamily.
And very last thing, I promise, of the units that are being proposed, how many units are currently within our urban containment boundary?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison, the majority of the properties we've looked at today are currently outside of the urban containment boundary. So only a few parts, Yambury Park is inside the urban containment boundary. The lands adjacent to Royal Dornoch are inside the urban containment boundary. All the portions of the golf course that are currently under consideration, those are currently outside the urban containment boundary.
Thank you. Perhaps, because it's been a while, we'll read the motion again, and then we'll take a vote on it. Thank you.
All right, so that official community plan bylaw number 18, 2018 amendment, Eaglecrest bylaw number 800.08, 2025 be introduced and read a first time as amended to exclude the items discussed by council. And then I've listed the 3 items that you've already passed resolutions on.
Thank you. So that was moved and seconded. It was moved and seconded?
Yes.
Okay, so further discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Now, we need 2 readings on this, so we'll do the same thing for second reading. Councillor Vander, Councillor Young, discussion. Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, so just so folks are aware, the reason why I'm voting against this is just because I think the financial implications for day one and the administrative implications are quite profound. So there's a lot of good things that can be done through buying it, like improving irrigation, stuff like that. That's great. But I think the cumulative impact for the town is it's a bridge too far for me. So thanks.
Thank you. And I understand that. I've thought about it hard too, because like I said, if it never had to come to council, it'd be a nice day off. But like I said, this is an opportunity for us to acquire all that land that's been under so much speculation and uncertainty. And to see that, that area boarded off, fenced off, no trespassing, private property, all that kind of thing. I just foresee if we didn't go through with this, that the building would be vandalized, we'd have to board it up, fences all around it. I thought it's too much. We're paying a lot of money for this, in my opinion, too much based on the assessed value, but the assessed value was based on as an operation as a golf course. We're looking at it from a much bigger perspective. And that's why I feel it's a responsible thing to do. But it does have huge consequences. I agree with you, Councillor Harrison. It will be a ton of work before we get this to the point where we can say it's just like Memorial Golf Course, where it was a good thing, but it will take a while. So for second reading, was it moved and second for second reading? Okay. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. And now for the land use changes, which is basically the same thing, but it requires a separate motion. So perhaps we could formulate the motion, but this is for the zoning changes. Mr. Lerberg?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that zoning bylaw number 900/2024 amendment, Eaglecrest bylaw number 900.06/2025 be introduced and read a first time as amended to exclude the items discussed by council, and then I will repeat those.
Thank you. And that's moved by Councillor Young, Councillor Vander Valk. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Harrison opposed. For second reading, Councillor Vander Valk, Councillor Skipsey. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Harrison opposed. So that concludes it for now. And then we're going to have a public hearing. And I wanted to make sure that the public knew that the public hearing, and we understood from the last meeting that there's a lot of interest. So to have it in this room would not be reasonable. So it would be at the Civic Center on the 6th of October at 2 o'clock. Thank you. So that's the motion. Pardon? Oh, yes. That we, excuse me, thank you. That we notify the regional district, Ministry of Transportation, other organizations, Qualicum First Nation, with these plans. So you've made that motion. Councillor Vander Valk seconding. Discussion. All in favor? Councillor Harrison?
So I know the airport has an overlap for shared territory with Cenotaph. I don't know if the golf course does. I'm just wondering, is there an overlap in terms of shared territory for the properties we're discussing for Cenotaph?
Mr. Seals, do you know?
Thank you. I don't know the answer off the top of my head. I would like to just clarify in the motion that the Local Government Act requires that council consider referrals to these agencies during OCP amendments. In the case of this one, as staff have reviewed it, we don't recommend going through a referral process with the school district, the regional district, Island Health, or the Ministry of Transportation, or the Agricultural Land Commission. The only group that we're recommending consultation with it would be First Nation. However, recognizing that I can't answer whether that's in the shared territory of Nanoose off the top of my head, we could certainly include Nanoose in the notification as well.
I don't mind either way. I just, usually there's just a protocol like as a courtesy if it's shared territory. I mean, to be blunt, this is really Qualicum Nation's, they have more sway, let's put it that way. Yeah, I just to make sure, I know when we were discussing potentially doing something near the Public Works yard, we got a letter from Comox saying, oh, by the way, which, by the way, there is actually shared territory on the, for the Comox Nation. So.
When we, years ago, wanted to reconfigure our airport property, even though there was no net loss of airport land, we had to consult with Qualicum First Nation and Cenotaph. So I think the same would apply in this case. So the motion really should read that Council, in accordance with the Government Act, considers referrals to the Qualicum First Nations and the Nanoose First Nation. Is that that's the motion, Ms. Lerberg? Okay, and I moved that and seconded by Councillor Harrison. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. And then that we have the public hearing at 2 o'clock at the Civic Center on October 6th. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Young, discussion, Councillor Harrison.
Just because this is such a big issue, my only concern is that there's some folks who will be working at 2. Is there any way we could try to get some feedback from folks who might be working that day? Like, I don't know if there's anything special we do other than general notification, but I'm just noting that it is it's a great time for retirees. It might be difficult for some people who are of working age.
Well, you know, we tried that here as well, where we had a public hearing on a property in town. I think it was on Fern, yeah. And we thought, you know, let's have it in the evening too. We'll have it at, I think, 4, and then we'll go on until whatever, and we had to take so many breaks because nobody else came. And everybody that did come actually was there in the afternoon, even the working people, so to speak, and others who would normally not come to a council meeting. They all showed up, and I had to go and check the door, make sure it was open, because nobody was coming in. And so I think this is okay. I've learned that, yeah, people say, oh, you should have evening, what was that? Open houses. So 2 people said we should have open houses because people that work can come. So, okay, the 2 councillors who said they would attended, and I was one of them at times. And I literally sat at the door because I said, where are these people that all want to come and talk to us in the evening? Nobody came, except the first time when the people that said, we need to do this in the evening, they came. But after that, people said, no, we don't need to spend time in the evening. So I think this is a big enough issue that we can deal with that. The public hearing is not limited in time. It doesn't end at a certain time. It goes on until everybody who wishes to speak has spoken. So it starts at 2 o'clock, but it doesn't say it ends at 5 or 6 or 7. It could go on for a long time. Councillor Harrison.
I just note, though, I think that was something like a 4-plex or 2 4-plexes, and this is hundreds of units with a density that's essentially equivalent to our downtown core.
Oh, there's a difference.
So there is a difference in terms of the amount of public interest, I think, from the 2 hearings, to be fair. I do take your point, though, that historically there hasn't been a lot of interest when we hold things later in the day. That is a fair point. And I'm not sure there's a great solution here.
But like we're not ending it. It's just open until we've heard from everyone.
Yeah, well, it's going to go on for a while, to your point. But I do worry that maybe we should be holding it 1 or 2 hours later.
I think we'll see how it goes, and if we want to take a recess for a dinner break and continue afterwards, we'll try and make sure that everybody who wishes to speak has spoken. Mr. Seals?
Thank you. I was just going to note that earlier council was talking about how full utilization of the Civic Center would be great. We do have a booking at, I think, 7 o'clock on that day. So if there is a need to extend beyond the amount of time we have available, we do have an overflow date in reserve already. So it could, if needed, it would recess to resume.
Okay. All right. So that was moved and seconded. Ms. Leerberg, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. I think it's time for a break. Ms. Varela.
Your Worship, I think it's just worth noting the common theme that we hear today is that there is the ongoing requirement for council decision-making, both for the course lands and beyond. So beyond the purchase itself, council will have to decide what to fund and how to fund it. So we know, as you mentioned, that we have drainage issues in Eaglecrest. Right now, we've acknowledged we have about 900,000 of asbestos cement pipe in the neighborhood. That has to be solved. We have a $1.75 million storm main replacement and drainage solution that is required. We've talked about $5 million for the roundabout. So again, lots of future council decision making, and this is beyond the actual purchase of just the course. So
thank you.
Thank you.
So with that motion for recess, Councillor Harris, Councillor Vander, and I think we're going to have a sandwich in the committee room, but I think half an hour would seem reasonable so people can run out and get something to eat. Could I see people nodding? Okay, recess for half an hour. And that was moved by Councillor Skipsey, second Councillor Vander, all for half an hour. So we know people need to come back in half an hour. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Beyond 3 hours, Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander, all in favour? Carry unanimously, thank you. And where we left off was 510 Chester Road. Mr. Sales.
My apologies, I was still chewing. May I have 30 seconds? Okay, thank you for your patience. So the next item on the agenda is a zoning amendment application for a property at 510 Chester Road. We do have some slides for this property, if you could pull it up. So this application was previously considered by council, and at that previous meeting, council identified that this was in line with the official community plan, and as such, there would not be a public hearing. And then here we are in a position to perhaps consider first reading of this development application. Got to skip through many Eaglecrest slides. Okay, thank you. So this is a property on Chester Road. Currently, it's a large single-family property. There is one house up in the northwest corner of the property, and that is intended to remain. And what is proposed is a zoning amendment that would permit a total of 9 dwelling units on the parcel. In the previous meeting, council directed staff to work with the applicant and that this would be a strata development. So if developed, it would still be one large parcel, but it would be developed as a strata subdivision. The advantage of that is that it does allow for a modified road standard. So the road could be narrower, and the utilities in that strata area would be owned by the strata and not by the municipality. The package that you have does include some form and character renderings of what the proposed typology of the houses would be. And based on previous discussion, if this application moves forward, council would want to ensure that the typology is actually what gets built in the end. So one of the recommendations before council today is that if council proceeds with first reading, a subsequent motion should be added to ensure that staff will work with the applicant to put a form and character covenant on title to ensure that what you see here for form and character is what is eventually built on the property. So there are 2 recommendations. The recommendation that the zoning amendment bylaw be introduced and given first reading, and secondly, a motion about the form and character covenant to ensure that all future buildings are constructed as proposed. There are alternatives in your package as well that address, for example, the potential referral to the Advisory Planning Commission. Thank you, Mayor Westbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Sales. Questions, comments to our Director of Planning? Councillor Harrison?
So there were some emails we received where some of the neighbors said that the site density is significantly more than what the OCP has. What is the current density under provincial regulation for existing homes in the area in terms of site coverage?
Thank you. So that's an interesting question, and I think some of the residents writing in may be surprised to maybe learn about the provincial density. So on any of those parcels in the Qualicum Woods area, they would permit 4 dwelling units per parcel. So on a property this size, which could be subdivided into 2 or 3 parcels as is without any amendments to the zoning, each of those could have a maximum of 4 dwelling units. So when you compare what's proposed to the baseline that's permitted by the zoning all right now, what's being proposed is actually less.
Thank you. I do know that there are some fairly substantial changes from what is the existing zoning is and then what the proposed zoning amendment would be. There's a table on page 112 that I was looking at. And so it talks about the proposed zoning amendment. So potentially, under Bill 44, there could be 4 dwelling units per unit. So for 9 lots, that would be 36 units. But the covenant is going to limit that to 9. Is that what I'm understanding? I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that.
Thank you. So that is the intention, is to ensure that both the form and character in terms of the type of building and also the densities match what's being proposed when council considers it.
Okay. Well, I am okay with giving it first reading, but I would like to also move alternative 2, which is to send it to the APC Commission. And what I would like them to comment on is basically the information in this table as far as the density would impact perhaps the neighborhood compatibility and also the setbacks. And what else did I have? Lot coverage was the other one, I guess, versus, and then related to lot coverage is perhaps a drainage plan, because it is, there's not a lot of pervious surfaces planned with the lot coverages as they are. So I think it would be helpful to know what the plan is for stormwater management as well. So my motion, well, I will start with moving it.
We can pass these first 2, and then if you want to make an additional one to refer to APC, we can. So you moved it and it was seconded? I think it was seconded. No, we need a seconder. Councillor Harrison's got his hand up, seconding. Discussion. Councillor Harrison.
There is sort of a, I wouldn't say generic, but there's a very similar style to a lot of the folks who are designing these buildings. A lot of their buildings have the same sort of level of character to them. So this is something I think we're sort of increasingly familiar with. I do think that this is something where folks maybe aren't aware of what they're seeing the homes that were built. Predominantly, Qualicum Beach was built in the late 70s and through the 1980s. That's when most of the homes in our town were built, over half, if you look at the census data. And so they're used to the zoning that existed 40, 50 years ago. And they don't maybe understand that that's all changed now. There are a lot more density. If you looked at later on in our agenda, I think there's a housing needs report as part of our OCP, because that's required. And we basically have 7,000 units of housing that could potentially be developed, most of it on single-family home sites. So I think there's a bit of a disconnect. Like, I've heard from some of the neighbors, some folks who I know well, and I actually have a lot of respect for, but I don't think they realize what the legal status quo is. So I do hope, if they're watching, like, please reach out to staff about what is allowed by default right now. Don't take it from me, don't take it from anyone else, just ask staff what is allowed if we didn't change anything. And I think then when they realize what the status quo legally is and what they're proposing, it's actually a little bit better than what could be done by fiat, by right. I'm not saying they're going to be happy with that. I'm not saying they're going to be thrilled. But I hope they realize that it's better than what could be done if we make things really difficult for them.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Councillor Vander Valk.
Yeah, this is more a perhaps form and character suggestion, but I was looking at the layout of the strata as a whole, and the lot, sorry, I don't have the exact lot number, but the one that's across from the existing property, lot number 9. I'm wondering if lot number 9 could be oriented towards Chester Road, so to make it more of a continuation of the residential neighborhood. And part of our design guidelines is to have new developments facing onto the street, the existing street. And I did also have a question in terms of the plans of the layouts. There is a third or a second story that has a bonus room in, I believe, all of the the buildings. And I'm just wondering if that bonus room, it's taking up a lot of construction and space to have that. And I'm wondering if there might be some consideration to just have the more a patio home to fit in with the rest of the neighborhood. So those are just some suggestions. Other than that, I think that it is a good project, and with some little bit of tweaking, it could be a better project, but I think this is a good example of gentle densification, and I have no problems with it.
Remind me, did the first staff recommendation get moved and seconded? Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. And then the second one regarding form and character. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Young, discussion. Councillor Harrison.
Just through the chair to staff, what is the APC allowed to discuss? So is site density something the APC can actually comment on or not?
Mr. Seals?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. This is a zoning amendment, so use and density are within the sphere of their comment. Council could certainly direct certain aspects to the APC or tell them to focus on one thing or the other, but it's not like a development permit where some topics are not really able to be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. You want to make a third motion?
So I would like to move alternative 2 with consideration of the proposed changes on page 112, the table that talks about setbacks and whatnot, which will cover neighborhood compatibility, lot coverage, and setbacks, and with particular the exterior side lot setback along Chester Road. And as well, I don't know, I would like to see the stormwater or a drainage plan.
Okay, so the motion is to refer it to the APC with specific request to pay attention being drawn to the issues that you've raised. And another one by Councillor Vander Valk about turning the homes at the entrances towards Chester rather than into the rest of the development. So those are the kind of things that the APC is quite capable of giving us a report on and suggestions and recommendations. So the motion to defer it to the APC for the discussion. Councillor Harrison.
So for a project like this, just through the chair to staff, sorry, would a water management plan be part of the development process already?
Mr. Sales.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. The engineering team would be looking at drainage as a part of the zoning review process, and that would be normal course regardless of whether the APC comments on it. Thank you.
So is it basically then duplicating a process that already exists is sort of my question. Because if staff are doing the review of the drainage, then what is the APC going to contribute that staff are not capable of contributing?
Councillor, Mr. Sales.
Thank you. So maybe that's a good question for Councillor Skipsey to clarify, because the motion, the way I understood it was Councillor Skipsey was asking for a report on the drainage. What I'm not clear on whether you intended that report to go to the Advisory Planning Commission for review. And if so, I would somewhat echo Councillor Harrison's comments that there's the engineering team is specialized in the review of drainage and ensuring that it meets the existing drainage patterns and doesn't increase demand unnecessarily on our system. And if council could be more specific about if you are referring the drainage plan to the APC, what specifically you're looking for.
Councillor Skipsey.
Okay, thank you. Well, it doesn't actually have to be part of that motion. I would just like, as a member of council, to have an opportunity to review that. I'm concerned with the amount of lot coverage and the amount of impervious surfaces, and there's not really, to my mind, any room for rain gardens or other opportunities to let the water seep in. So I would just like to see that plan prior to it, me voting on final adoption.
Okay, as Mr. Sales indicated, that's a staff issue, working with our own engineering department. and with the developer. So that doesn't need to be part of the APC discussion. All right? So a motion to refer this to the APC. Are you ready for the question? Oh, you go ahead.
So in the motion that's been put forward, will it be included the facing the
Yeah,
Lot 9 onto Chester Road, but also looking at the massing, the roofs, because there's just one small room on the second floor, that bonus room. So maybe looking at that, if the developer wants to keep the bonus room, then maybe something can be done to the roof. Because I think that's one of the concerns of the neighbors is everything's close together and bigger. So is there a way to accommodate a smaller roof but still keep that space or not have that space?
Well,
So that's, it's a very convoluted.
a little bit. But, you know, when you look at the APC and the feedback we got from the fire department and from the high school, there's a lot of concerns that there's not enough homes for people who are raising a family, and we need them to come here to be part of our community for many reasons, but one of them is certainly to complement the fire department. And so to restrict having extra space for a family, I think is not necessarily a good thing. So because I know from what little as I know from construction, the first floor is expensive, and then you got the roof. The spaces in between are the economical side. So I don't want to restrict this personally. I like to see units that are smaller gardens. When you get older, a garden can be a real pain in many ways, but allowing also for a home to be designed that accommodates a family. So I don't want to take away from that, personally.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Harrison.
Oh, and from my experience, it's going to be storage. You're going to store a bunch of boxes and stuff in there. And, it's generally kind of useful, actually. But to your point, too, just because I have older parents who are dealing with some issues, the gardening also just becomes a cost more than a hassle. You're going to see a lot of older seniors paying for someone to do the gardening. Yeah, so sometimes having a huge, lovely, gorgeous garden over half an acre sounds great, but then you get the bill for the lawn care team, and it's a little bit less celebratory. But no, I think overall, like, to the point, I don't agree with sending this to the APC, but if council was to send it to the APC, it's a fair comment from Councillor Vander Valk to do that. It subsequently becomes a council decision if we want to change it or not. If the proponent feels comfortable with the building as is, so be it, comes to us as is. There's no obligation for them to change based on the APC feedback, is my understanding.
That's
If I'm wrong, please correct me.
No, they make recommendations to council. Okay, so we have a couple of things that we would ask the APC to consider, and can you list them for us, please?
Yes, thank you. What I made a note of was the consideration of the table with regard to neighborhood compatibility, setbacks, and height. And then the second request was that drainage information be provided to council at a future meeting.
Yeah, but
And a comment about whether or not the one house could be oriented to Chester instead of internally.
yeah. Okay, so that's the list. Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Councillor Harrison opposed. Thank you. No, this is no time for the public. I'm sorry. No, ma'am, you're out of order. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. If there is comments afterwards, anytime. Ms. Lurberg.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, we didn't have a seconder on that motion.
Pardon?
We did not have a seconder for that motion. We had a
I thought you
mover, but,
seconded it.
okay,
Yeah?
thank you.
Sometimes those hands don't go up that high. Yeah, like that. Councillor Harrison.
Just one thing through the chair to staff. I think we might have accidentally had an extra vote in the middle there, because I thought were there three separate things we voted on, or were there only two?
We voted for these two, and then now we voted
Okay.
on the sending it to the APC.
Sorry, just because I was trying to be in favor of the first two, and I thought I'm going to vote in, whatever, it doesn't
No,
matter.
you're
It's
good.
just first reading.
You're fine. This is all good. It will all come back to us after the ABC meeting. All right, then Rupert Road was withdrawn at the applicant's request. Committee liaison reports. I know how much stuff we deal with, but I just wanted to say congratulations to those who helped. This is the ribbon from the Bolinas track. That was opened on Friday. Councillor Skipsey and Councillor Vander actually, I wouldn't say we ran the track, but we made it around it. It's a wonderful amenity for the entire community. So congratulations to particularly Mayor O'Brien, who really put every effort he could to see this thing through with the support of the school district and other organizations. Randy and Kim Longmire, who were so passionate about having this track for training purposes and for others to enjoy. This is not just for running, as Councillor Skipsey and Councillor Vander found out. You can go around as slow as you like. But it is a good place to take your walkers and do exercise. So it's good for the school. It's good for everybody. I would like to send a letter of congratulations to everybody who helped bring this project across the finish line. And there's the details regarding that I can provide. Mostly the school district, of course, and the city of Parksville. Councillor Skipsey. No, Councillor Harrison, sorry.
Okay. And I could just say, because I was the track liaison, surprisingly, for the first year and a half, I was advocating to Parksville to build something in Parksville with money from outside of Parksville. It was a weird experience. And having to convince them of that. No, you should take money from other people. Eventually, they did come around, to be fair. And yeah, Randy and Kim were key to that. But I also want to highlight for that track project in particular, that was half the reserves that the school district had that they spent on that one project. And they could only recoup the reserves by selling land. So it was a huge investment by the school district, which I know is facing very challenging times right now. For my report, there's not a lot of things that have gone on in like the last basically week, obviously. One thing I would highlight, though, that's sort of, there's so many things going on in the world, but just one thing that I don't want to talk about all the stuff that's really in the press, but there was a New York Times podcast on AI and these AI chatbots. And there was a family who lost their son where the chatbot told the son how to take his own life. And so this is something where if you know folks in federal government, a lot of it is innocent, a lot of it is fine, but there are these dark corners with some of this new technology where if we don't start regulating stuff, there's going to be some very, very sad stories. It was really made an impression on me because I was listening to the reporter reporting on it, and you could hear her voice cracking as she's reporting on it. So it's available on YouTube. You can listen to about a 25-minute podcast on that. There's a lot of good things from technological innovation, but we do want to make sure there's some guardrails in place. There are 2 notices of motion, one of which I would argue maybe council might want to hear. The other one is for a future meeting, so I won't even talk about it. But just because it is a very tight timeline, with council's indulgence, it would be about whether we want to have a document before the public hearing which details the costs related to the Eaglecrest Golf Course. So that's up to council, because I haven't given it to council beforehand. They don't have to hear it today. We can do it at a future meeting.
I think if you forwarded the questions to Mr. Sales, we'll try and get the answers out, not just to you, but to everybody.
Okay, and just so the public was aware, it's just the idea of trying to have as many of the information as possible prior to the public hearing. So when the citizens go to the public hearing, they're aware of as many costs as possible. I mean, obviously we won't have everything, but to put as many of them out there so that folks are aware. Beyond that, UBCM is coming up really soon, and I am quite interested in reaching out to some provincial staffers. The town, it's honestly, in 8 years, I think this is the first time we have multiple meetings. So that's something where I think good on us for doing it now, but I think in hindsight, maybe we should try to do that more often, what we're doing this year. But there are some real value you get from that conference, and I look forward to doing an exhaustive written report at the next regular meeting. Thanks.
That's a fair comment, but the UBCM accommodates the entire province. People come from far and wide to come to that event. For us, if we have an issue, and we've had significant issues with the ring roads or reservoirs or other major projects, we make an appointment and we go down there. And rather than being in a revolving door of a very short time with a minister or his staff, who probably forget your name the moment you walk out of that room because they got days of meetings scheduled one after the other. So we thought that it may be, in a way, accommodating communities who would have to travel a long way to go to Victoria, and that we focus on major projects and not all the things that come up during the conference where we've had indications from the government that there's way too many resolutions. They don't take us seriously because there's so many. So we have to focus. And so for us, if we wanted a meeting with the minister and their staff, we send a request with a detailed report on what we want to talk about. So when we get there, we actually have seen results. And that's why we've gone to conferences where we met with half a dozen different ministries. And some have been successful. But this time, it's not new that we have very few delegations with ministry staff. We have some. But if we want something done, like one of the things we're looking for, and I've spoken about this publicly, is a long-term lease with the comments, the Qualicum comments. The cost of dealing with the issues like a roof and other things, we couldn't justify the expenditures on a 1-year lease or even a 5-year lease. We've asked for at least a 30-year lease to justify the expense that it would take to keep that building in operation. So that's the kind of stuff, this is quite detailed, that we would take time to drive to the minister's office in Victoria and bring the appropriate staff, which we usually don't bring to a UBCM conference, but bring the appropriate staff with us to meet with the minister and his staff to advance what we think is essential for Qualicum Beach to move with. So I understand what you're saying. The other thing I've learned is once you get to know which ministry and who is the minister, is you can see them in hallways, over coffee breaks, at different places. I've, quite frankly, got great success by watching for one particular minister of finance to get a project through by having a letter in my pocket and say, by the way, this is one thing that we really need. Can you help us with that? And I got a response from that minister. I'll take it to the appropriate ministry and they'll contact you. And that was about the ring road. And we got the money. I'm not saying because of that, but there is these one-on-one conversations. So just because we don't have official appointments, which you can also get at the desk the days after UBCM, but I think as a council we need to stay focused on what is really important to us, and that's one of the areas where we wanted to see some change. If we really want to see change, we need to make an appointment with the minister, the appropriate ministry in Victoria. So you're right, we don't have a lot of appointments, but I've been at conferences where I never could sit in on any of the resolution discussions because we had appointments. And so you have to make a choice. I think the better way for us is to let all these smaller communities come from all over Vancouver Island and on the mainland, to let them have access to some ministries. We can get ours by driving down there. Councillor Harrison.
Just one last question. Sorry, the advantage of having my email open. Someone just posted an email, and it's a very good question actually, about the public hearing at the Civic Center. And just through the chair to staff, is there a way to record that meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Just because he was concerned that it might not be recorded, and then he'd be out of town, and so I'm not sure.
Oh. We have had a fellow with a camera and recorded, and we put it on our website.
Yes, Your Worship. So just to be clear, we don't have the technology that we have here. So if council wanted us to look for a different alternative, we would have to research that. But we don't have the technology up there that we have here. I just wanted to be clear.
No, it's not that. It's we actually hired somebody with a video camera to record the entire event and then put it on our website later.
So staff will research that for you, Your Worship, and we'll
No,
take that.
I know we don't have what we have here.
Yes.
But it's simply a standalone unit that records it.
Oh, sorry, I forgot my microphone was still on. Also, too, if we wanted to cut costs, even if we just record the audio, I think it's just more of recording the audio as opposed to capturing the video. So that might be even cheaper. So if we just have, we're probably going to have a soundboard for the microphones, and you just plug in something that'll, like a laptop or something that'll record the sound.
I like that. Plug in something.
I'm not familiar with the technology, so there's probably an AV guy rolling his eyes at me, but even if you had like a 1/4-inch jack, you can plug that into something else and that can record the sound. And
We'll
even
try
if it's muddy, at least there's
Yeah.
a recording so folks who can't attend can hear
Yeah.
what was said.
I think I might have blindsided Ms. Varela a bit, but we'll try to get some kind of recording. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And close your phone. You get too many questions.
To be fair, it was just because we're on such tight timeline.
Yeah.
Like if we have to hire someone, we probably,
Yeah.
need to start making phone calls. So, but yeah, it is important to get some kind of recording of it.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Skipsey.
Thank you. My report is included in the agenda. And out of that, I had a couple meetings with the Pickleball Club, and the mayor accompanied me on one of those. But what I've learned is pickleballers are very passionate. And the original estimate, there was an oversight. We were forwarded an update. And so the original estimate of $170,000 has now at $351,000, and that was done in February of 2024, so it could even be a higher amount by now. So I've made a notice of motion, and that would be to look at the advisability and feasibility of converting the third tennis court and the adjacent space into 4 pickleball courts, and then to have that information provided to Council for Strategic Planning. And there would be some conversations between the tennis club and the pickleball club. Okay, well, no, my motion is here, the notice of motion. I'm just describing what it is. So the notice of motion is that council directs staff to investigate the advisability and feasibility of converting the third tennis court and adjacent space into 4 pickleball courts, with the findings to be considered by council during strategic planning.
And I'll second that. I was part of the visit, and it makes sense. There were some concerns because it may be a piece of property for future development, but if that happened, both the tennis courts and the pickleball courts would have to be relocated anyway. So I think this is a reasonable compromise, because clearing the site also has complications. And I think this is probably the best solution we've come up with, in particular from a financial perspective. I believe that the club has raised between $62,000 and $65,000, which, as we were told, would probably the cost of converting 1 tennis court to 4 pickleball courts. So I support your motion. Further discussion, Councillor Vander.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. So my understanding is then this would be a permanent, as far as permanent can go, permanent court and solution for the pickleball club.
As the motion indicates, it goes through strategic planning.
Okay, but the idea is to have a permanent court for them in that
Yeah.
location. I do have some concerns still. When this topic came up before, we had concerns about the noise that would be generated. And I don't think that those concerns have gone away, so I wonder if there's any way that can be mitigated.
Well, when we were there, the court is currently usable for pickleball. The lines are there for pickleball. And when they've had several games, they've gone across the street to Qualicum Gardens, and they said, we never heard anything. Didn't seem to be a concern. And I've never seen an email or a complaint from anybody who lives nearby, and that's the nearest place, is Qualicum Gardens. And if they don't have an issue with it, as a matter of fact, some of them will be playing there. So I don't think it's as big an issue as it once was.
Okay. It's just the church and the Legion, and if pickleballers are as fanatical as my sister is about it, if everybody is that fanatical, they'll be there until the sun sets. So I think it is something that maybe we could keep an eye on if there turns out to be an ear open. That's right. And I did also have a question. Would the club, the agreement right now was that the town and the club would split the cost for the proposal at the community park? Would they also be paying half of anything that's involved in doing this, or how would that work exactly?
No, I think, as I said earlier, the cost would be a lot less, and I expect them to pay the whole thing. Any further comments? Councillor Harrison.
Just to point out too, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but this is just referring to strategic planning at the end of the day,
Yeah.
right? And then we'll have a staff sheet on the alternatives, so it's perfectly reasonable to do that. Even though I disagree with it, it's still reasonable. That's the right course of action. So, I mean, the motion then, as such, I do support, but I think at the end of the day, I like the idea of having a dedicated court in the community park. We gave them a fundraising target. They're almost there. Yes, it's going to be a lot more expensive. I am not surprised by that, one iota. But I'd rather just maintain the current status quo and, you know, help if they need a little bit more money. Well, it's going to be very well utilized. There are a lot of pickleball players in our area. So I'd rather see that project get done in a couple years. And in the interim, it's unfortunate that's not available. But at the end of the day, what we're really voting on here is to refer to strategic planning and nothing else. So sure.
Right. And the majority of that money, I think it's 62,000, came from one donation. So yes, there are a lot of pickleball players, but they're not too easy to get the checkbooks out. Anyway, I think that's just how it is. Further discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. That concludes your report. Thank you. Councillor Vander Valk.
Thank you. My report as well as my written report is in the agenda. I don't really have anything new to report. I did meet with the OCP Review Steering Committee on September the 15th, and we had a consultation with Mark Holland, who's the one of the consultants for the Eaglecrest Golf Course project. And I did also, as liaison, attend the St. Andrew's Lodge Historical and Cultural Society meeting on Monday evening. And they are still going strong. They're hoping to have basically the restoration done for the most part by the end of October, and are looking at the still fundraising. So anybody who would like to donate more, they're looking for sort of the final finishing and furnishing aspect of the lodge, but they're moving along very, very quickly and very well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Vander Valk. Councillor Young.
It's been a very busy summer, and sorry I missed the deadline to have my report included in this agenda, so I will quickly read the meetings I've attended and my comments about it. July 31st, Tosh Board meeting they have been polling the community in regards to their support for arts and culture, and they have received an overwhelming positive support for arts and culture in our community. And they have given a report to council, and they are requesting a fee for service. The present exhibits include wet paint group by local artists, also Federation of Canadian Artists, juried showcase. And they also have a Decasso group exhibit. If you want to know more about it, please go and see it. And you can always check their website, Facebook, and Instagram for upcoming new events. August the 5th went to the Downtown Business Group. They're organizing October the 3rd from 5 to 9 p.m. It's a Friday night Sip, Savor, and Shop event. And tickets are $20, and it's going to be the downtown open for evening shopping and for people to have some fun. Also in August, I just want to congratulate that we have the annual Sandcastle event. It is always wonderful for residents and tourists. It's an opportunity for nonprofit organizations like Flowerstone Society and Qualicum Beach Rotary to have members volunteer at the gate. And at the end of the event, these nonprofit organizations receive some of the ticket proceeds, which in return, these nonprofit organizations share it to benefit food bank and other needy projects. August the 19th, Mayor and Council had a meeting with MP Gord John in the Town Hall, and in regards to what he has been able to achieve for us while in his terms of office, and what he would like to see support, and what we would like to see support. And it's just wonderful when we have a local MP that is very engaged with us. And he was also able to get us the $7 million for the swimming pool project, which we haven't used. August 21st, attended the Non-Market Housing Task Force. They're constantly looking for how we can have more affordable non-market housing. And so the plan going forward is meeting with local, provincial, and federal leaders to see what lands and what funding can be utilized for the next step. August the 23rd, the annual Fun Day for Families and Children to learn more about about the museum was a fun day for family and children. August the 27th, the Qualicum Beach Rotary placed flags on participating residents' front lawns for Victoria Day. Again, this is another wonderful event that the Rotary does, and the money that they realize from that is also put towards food banks and other needy events like scholarships. August the 28th, attended the Gardens presentation regarding the proposal of a new care bed facility at College Heights. It was mentioned to me by a senior afterwards that it seems many seniors were advocating for it as they had experience being a caregiver or looking for a care home or for a loved one. But this new proposal was negatively commented on by younger citizens. That's just a passing comment. Also, September 3rd, all of Council and Mayor attended the memorial service for Bill Ricama. September the 8th, attended meeting with Mid-Island Healthcare Alliance in regards to all groups working together on achieving new medical services in Qualicum Beach. September the 9th, Eaglecrest Golf Course, I attended both sessions, and the next session, as you know, is October the 6th. Also attended the Qualicum Beach Garden Club meeting, and the speaker was Hunter Jarrett, and he spoke about banning invasive species. And I hope to have him as a delegation here at one of our future council meetings, because it's not just broom, but other plants that are sold in stores that are an invasive problem. And his presentation to the Nanaimo Council had effected a bylaw in that community. September the 12th, meeting with Qualicum Beach Resident Association. Thank you for always their engagement in Qualicum Beach matters. September 16th, attended Oceanside Women Business Network meeting at Qualicum Beach Cafe. Exactly what new members, working with older members that have been there for many years. One of the members is Vivian Sears. She's been there for 25 years at the monthly meetings, and is mentoring new business women, and it's always wonderful to have in our community. And their 50-50 goes to support Haven House for Women.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Airport, Kevin. Oh, I started off with CAO. Ms. Varela, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. I'll take the first item for the airport on the agenda, and the airport manager can take the subsequent one.
Sure.
So the first item is really a housekeeping almost item that asks council to formally receive the petition by resolution that was presented to you on June 25th at the Committee of the Whole, and then it was later subsequently presented to the corporate officer on June 30th. So we just want to make sure that becomes a piece of the municipal record for the ongoing airport discussion. The petition did address 3 items, requesting restricting aircraft circuit training over residential areas, prohibiting helicopter training over residential areas, and charging landing fees like other BC municipal airports. The first 2 items are questions of authority, and we have submitted questions to Transport Canada that we continue to wait on. I did warn council and the public that would be a lengthy process waiting for response. And the landing fee question is being considered as part of the bylaw review, Your Worship. There were a number of direct requests, 5 direct requests to council made at that Committee of the Whole meeting. Those were captured in the minutes, so they are part of the municipal record. So we're just requesting you adopt the, accept the petition by resolution. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Vander, Councillor Skipsey seconding regarding the receipt of the petition. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And where would you like to go? Turn it over to Mr. Goldfuss. Thank you. Mr. Goldfuss, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Council today has in front of them a report from the airport manager, consideration of expansion of noise-sensitive areas. So, Your Worship, staff has put together a presentation that I'd like to share with Council, and it will help in the discussion of this report. So the presentation is on noise-sensitive areas, known as NSAs, and Visual Flight Rule Terminal Procedures Chart, also known as VTPC. So a little bit of background, Your Worship. The public has advocated for noise-sensitive areas over Qualicum Woods, the Evergreens, Aldous Road, Cottonwood Drive, Hemsworth Road, and Rupert Road. As part of Council's strategic initiative, Council directed staff to investigate the viability of creating noise-sensitive areas within these areas. This map shows the publicly proposed NSAs. So, well, what's going on here? Trying to get the pointer working, sorry. I want to back up here. Here we go. Why is this pointer? Excuse me. This pointer's not working.
It is not working.
It is not working.
Oh, it needs to be turned on.
Oh,
There we go.
thank you. So as you can see here, Your Worship, the yellow portion is the Qualicum Beach Airport. These red blocks, they're the current NSAs that Qualicum Beach already has. And these blue blocks were part of the publicly proposed NSAs. What is an NSA? NSAs are a tool that can be used to address noise exposure concerns. It's important to note that NSAs are not enforceable. They are not a regulation. NSAs are not typically located within flight paths at the end of runways. Your Worship, there are some challenges. Some publicly proposed NSAs, as we've just seen in the previous map, are within the flight path. They're within the end of the runway. NSAs are confusing for pilots if they are in a flight path at the end of a runway. And also, the public may expect enforcement even though NSAs are unenforceable. However, staff feel there are some solutions. What if we can couple expanded NSAs with a Visual Flight Rules Terminal Procedures Chart, known as a VTPC, in the Canadian Flight Supplement for Qualicum Beach, while maintaining a clear flight path? NAV Canada supports this approach. What is a VTPC? A VTPC is a specialized chart within the Canadian Flight Supplement that provides detailed visual flight rules, guidance for navigating specific areas. It does not apply to instrument flight rules. Many airports have adopted the use of VTPC, such as Squamish. A VTPC is viewed as a recommendation like NSAs, and although published in the CFS, it is not enforceable. While not enforceable, VTPC provides clear guidance to pilots. Your Worship, this is an example of Squamish's airport and their VTPC. Oh. As you can see here, this is the Squamish runway. These are their noise-sensitive areas, and these are their VTPCs. What I'd like to point out, Your Worship, is you can see that there's 2 actual VTPCs at this airport, and that's important to note. And the reason for that is because they don't have an NAP. They do not have a noise abatement procedure, okay? Whereas Qualicum Beach does. And when I go to a further map, I'll explain further. So this is staff's proposal. This is a Google Earth map that we put together, and this is staff's proposal. So as you can see, there's the Qualicum Beach Airport. These yellow blocks are your current NSAs, and these blue blocks are what staff are proposing. So basically what we're proposing is that we go from the shoreline down the entire north side of the runway to a property on Hodges Road, east. And also, we are proposing that we pick up this portion as part of the public proposal on Rupert Road. In addition to that, we are proposing the new visual terminal procedures chart that is illustrated in white here. Okay? Recommendations. The Council directs staff to make an application to NAV Canada to create a visual flight rules terminal procedure chart in the Qualicum Beach Cat 4 Canadian Flight Supplement entry to include recommended circuit procedures. And further, that Council directs staff to make an application to NAV Canada to create new additional noise-sensitive areas in the Qualicum Beach Cat 4 Canadian Flight Supplement entry to include recommended noise-sensitive areas as shown on Appendix 1 of the staff report dated September the 17th, 2025. Next steps. If Council approves and adopts VTPC procedures for the Qualicum Beach Airport, and if Council approves and adopts the staff proposed additional NSAs, staff will continue working with NAV Canada to implement. Until published in the CFS, the existing information will be in effect. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Goldfuss. Questions to the manager? Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so just about the extension along Rupert, right now your proposed flight path has you going through Eaglecrest, where we've approved over 200 units of housing, and we're avoiding roughly 5 units of housing. So why are we prioritizing the needs of a few dozen people over the needs of a few hundred?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. If I can take you to this map. So what's important to note here is that the airport needs to maintain a clear flight path, okay? This is runway 29. So both on departure, sorry, that got expanded somehow. Can we shrink that back down? Thank you. So both on departure and arrival, we need to maintain a clear flight path. So because we have a noise abatement procedure all in here to the north, aircraft cannot leave to the north below 1,000 feet. There are no restrictions for south turns, okay? So the way the noise abatement procedure works is aircraft must depart 2 nautical miles extended center of runway and/or 1,000 feet turns to the north. And like I say, there are no turns to the restrictions on turns to the south. So if we were to create an NSA in here, this would be very confusing, okay? Not only on departure, but also on arrival. And the concern is on arrival is that it could create issues. There could be risks associated with safety in terms of if there is a NSA in here over this Qualicum Woods area, center of runway, a pilot, in order to avoid that area, would have to come in at approximately 1,000 feet and then drop very sharp to be able to make the approach. It's also important to note that your airport has a 4.5% glide slope. So what that means on approach is aircraft must line up with lights, and they're wing bars, and they're called PAPIs. And what they are is their precision approach instrumentation. So when an aircraft is coming in, when a pilot is coming in on that 4.5% glide slope into Qualicum Beach, they visually line up, Your Worship, with those lights. And they need to maintain that in order to land. So at both runways, on every runway, there's what they call a threshold. So what the pilot is aiming for is to touch down on that threshold. If they have to come down sharp, because there's an NSA that's been established over the Qualicum Woods area, they may not be able to line up visually with those PAPIs, creating a safety risk.
Sorry, just through the chair, that has nothing to do with the question I asked. My question was specifically about Pheasant Glen and the extension along Rupert Road, and we're talking about Qualicum Woods. So I'm just confused. What was my question and what was the information I was asking? What I was asking is, why are we pushing the some members of the public? I understand there's a homeowner who sends us emails periodically about that, complained that the planes are all turning over her house, and that's unfortunate. I get that. But we're pushing that turn further towards a much more densely populated area. So there's one of two realities here. Either one, concerns are spurious, in which case, why are we changing it in the first place? Two, the concerns are valid, in which case, why are we subjecting significantly more citizens to the same noise? That's what I'm trying to ask, and I'm not sure what your response had to do with any of that. I'm not concerned about Qualicum Woods at this point. I'm just concerned about that one
Just
issue.
a point of, I'll ask Mr. Varela to clarify.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a very complex issue, so if we could just demonstrate patience both from council and from staff as we try to get the answers. We are very, very invested in trying to get you the best answers. I think it just helps if we just stay patient with each other. So no intention to mislead. If we can reframe the question and repeat, staff will provide an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I think pose a question 3 times, or at least twice. So I don't think there's any lack of clarity. So just, again, why are we extending it along Rupert Road? And just simply, why are we doing that?
And my apologies, I misunderstood the question. We are extending it along Rupert Road because this was one of the public requests that we did receive. And we feel that it's a non-issue in terms of safety. So staff feel that we can do this and it won't have an effect in terms of safety on departure and arrival for aircraft. One thing, if I could also add, it also falls in line with the Good Neighbor program that Council already has. The nice thing about creating a VTPC and these noise-sensitive areas, Councillor Harrison as noted on Rupert Road, as you can see by this proposed VTPC, it's able to avoid these areas, okay? So if this is published in the CFS, as we're recommending as a VTPC, where the Good Neighbor program is not, now pilots can view that, and they can look at it, and they can avoid these areas. Because right now what's happening, although the Good Neighbor program is working, in terms of our observations where pilots are, making these turns when safe to do so to the south, we're also finding that they're crossing over in some of these, prematurely, if you will, in some of these areas with the current NSA in yellow, but more so with the proposed one on Rupert Road. And that picks up the 600 block, basically, of Rupert Road. And what we're seeing is prematurely, from time to time, pilots are maybe cutting that corner a little too sharp. So our recommendation, if it helps answer the question, that's why we're recommending, we see no problem with putting an NSA in that block, as you see, but also by creating the VTPC, we think that'll be an additional improvement.
Thank you. Councillor Skipsey.
Thank you, and I really appreciate staff's actions to try to solve these problems because it's ongoing, and I think that this is a good option to be able to provide it to the pilots in the flight supplement rather than learning as they arrive or after the fact. So I do appreciate that. And I do think it's a good sort of compromise, I would say. There was a question asked in an email to council by the president of the Qualicum Woods Residents Association, and that was that the previous flight supplement also clearly included the indication of choosing flying towards Parksville, the least populated area near the airport, when safe to do so. So would that still be included in the flight supplement?
Mr. Goldfuss.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Skipsey. Thank you for the question, Councillor Skipsey. So when we engage in discussions with NAV Canada, we'll be discussing, if council approves this, we'll be discussing this, and that's a time where we engage in what will the actual map look like, because it won't look like this. It's not a Google map overlay. It'll look similar to the one that I showed with Squamish, right? And at that time, we'll be able to have the discussion with NAV Canada on what will the verbiage be, okay? So what can we actually put in there, and how will it be illustrated, if that helps answer your question. So yes, we can look at options, in terms of Parksville going that way and things like that, and different language within the CFS. At this time, I'm not in a position to comment any further on what that language would look like.
Thank you. Councillor Vander Valk.
Thank you. I just have a question in terms of the new NSAs. You have the very large one at the top of the map there, which would include pretty much all of Eaglecrest and the estate residential and part of Qualicum Woods, and that's all new. Is there a reason why such a large area is included, and does that affect then how the planes can approach the airport? So now they can't go over that huge tract. Is that correct? Is what you're suggesting?
Mr. Goldfuss.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the chair to Councillor Vander Valk. It's a good question. So currently you see what you have as noise-sensitive areas in the yellow. So you also have a noise abatement procedure on the entire north side of your airport, okay? So what happens when an aircraft is approaching from the north to the Qualicum Beach Airport? Typically what happens is they're at 1,000 feet or maybe greater, okay? And they come over center of runway and they look down and they choose which runway they're going to pick. And that's due to weather, maybe what's happening down below. They look at the windsock and they make a decision whether they're coming on 29 or they're coming in on 11, okay? So by creating this, no, it will have no effect. In fact, it's another improvement for the airport. So what we're doing as the airport authority is we're looking at everything possible to try and mitigate noise, because you're always going to have noise from the airport. We're never going to be able to 100% get rid of that noise. But what can we effectively do to mitigate some of that noise? And by creating these additional noise-sensitive areas, that will help. That will ultimately help, because what we're trying to do is we want, on arrival, aircraft who coming center a runway. We want them to do what I explained by choosing which runway to take on arrival. But also on departure, we want to, and we continually educate and encourage pilots to, if they're leaving runway 29, for an example, towards Qualicum Woods, we want them to encourage them to turn south when safe to do so. So if I've answered the question on the NSA, will it create a problem? No, it will not create a problem. Will it help? Absolutely, it will help. What we're doing is we're solving one problem in an area, but we're actually shifting it over to another area. So what we're trying to do is when we look at the airport and the whole airport, the aerodrome, what is the least density, right? So obviously on the north side, that's your highest density. And then when you go to the southwest over town, it gets even greater. So with this VTPC and creating that zone on the north side of more additional NSAs, creating that additional one on Rupert Road, we believe that it's a further benefit to the airport and the community.
Thank you. Councillor Vander.
Thank you. Well, I guess I don't quite understand a pilot's mentality, but my concern is, I'm wondering if you are, in fact, by having such a large area and these other new areas, not so much, but that large area as an NSA, does that not have the potential then to shift any air traffic more towards the town? Because if that's an NSA and other areas are not, then is that going to shift the traffic over to towards the town, to the west? I know that when we did introduce the Good Neighbor program, then we did have further concern from residents that found that they were being negatively impacted because of the Good Neighbor program. And so it was like, we're sort of are we just continuing to push the problem farther in towards town is my question and concern.
Mr. Goldfuss.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the chair to Councillor Vander. So we don't believe that by creating the additional noise-sensitive areas to the north that it's going to pose a problem. In fact, we think it's a proactive approach. If we go back to your noise abatement procedure and the way it reads, is an aircraft must leave the airport, runway 29, 2 extended nautical miles before they turn to the north and/or 1,000 feet. What we're finding is that some aircraft are turning north below 1,000 feet. So we're finding there are periodic violations. We're hoping by extending this noise-sensitive area out to the shoreline that it's going to further improve the NAP in terms of pilots will take extended runway all the way out to the ocean before making that turn. And/or it's going to remind them by seeing that there is a blanketed NSA on the north side of your runway. It's hopefully going to remind them that, hey, there's an NAP here, and there's a noise-sensitive area, right? So it's just another tool that we think is a positive tool.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate too, like, it is a huge amount on the north, but because the existing rule is you can't turn north unless you reach 1,000 feet, or you basically reach the water, was the status quo before we changed this. So it's kind of moot in a way. If you're at 1,000 feet, we don't really have a lot to say. The noise abatement procedure, I think, no longer applies at that height. But I do come back to the comment made earlier about how you want to minimize the noise impacts, because really that's what this is about. This is about noise complaints. It's not really about safety. None of these, I think there wasn't a huge safety issue before. But again, just the Rupert Road one, I know how that solves the problem of one individual who sends a lot of emails, but we are pushing it towards significantly more density. So if the whole point of moving that is to have the least number of people impacted by the noise, we're doing the exact opposite, because there is a massive amount of density around Pheasant Glen that's projected, right? So that's just why I'm a little bit confused on that one, that little corner. The northern thing, for me, that makes sense. That's fine. But I just don't understand that. Like, are we actually looking at the density of zoning along Rupert Road when we're making these changes? Or are we going by the volume of emails we receive as a town?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I do want to remind Council that at the end of the day, you get to select these NSAs. Staff has been charged with bringing forward their best recommendation based on the robust discussion we've heard from Council, from the public, from multiple committees of the whole. If Council doesn't like those expanded NSAs or the other proposal of the VTPC, those are within Council's purview to change those. So staff was charged with bringing a solution forward. The solution is before you, and it isn't based on any one single thing, but basically a couple years of public input. So again, if Council chooses another alternative, we welcome that direction.
Perhaps, because we need to conclude this conversation at some point, could you put the recommendation on the screen, please? And could I have a motion to that effect so we know what we're talking about? It's on page 6 of the agenda. Thank you. Councillor Skipsey moved the recommendation, seconded. Councillor Young, discussion. Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so I'm just curious because, again, when this was first mooted before Council about 2 years ago, the staff recommendation was to do nothing, was not to change noise abatement procedures whatsoever or change these procedures. And now looks to me like we're changing things for the worst along that southward turn. And also just speaking to pilots, sorry, it was raised earlier, why are people flying into Qualicum Woods in the summertime? General prevailing winds is the answer. But I'm just curious, like, I'm not sure why that was changed, so maybe someone can explain to me why that was changed.
Councillor Ms. Varela.
And I hope I understand the question, Your Worship, but there is no change that is being proposed to the noise abatement procedure. So those affect turns to the north only. What we're talking about is changing the way circuits are done, expanding the noise-sensitive areas, which are different than the noise abatement procedure. The noise abatement procedure is a regulation. The noise-sensitive areas or the VTPC, while included in the Canadian Flight Supplement, will not be a regulation as per the noise abatement procedure. So I hope that adds some clarity.
Thank you. No, I understand what Mr. Goldfuss and Ms. Varela are trying to do. When we get the airport committee meetings, this place gets pretty lively. A lot of people have a concern, and we're trying to resolve the issue as best we can with the authority that we have, which isn't the greatest, but we're trying to make it work for everybody as best we can. So I first of all want to thank you for going into the details of trying to address these issues with these procedures and trying to get pilots to cooperate and make it clear in their use of our airport that we are very concerned about how it affects the quality of life for everybody that lives around the airport. So I think you're doing that. I think you have good communications with the airport users, and I think this is a step in the right direction. So I support the staff recommendation. Councillor Harrison.
Sorry, just the question I posed multiple times has not been answered. Did staff consider the density of housing in the change of the flight pattern?
Mr. Goldfuss.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. Councillor Harrison, yes, we have, and we feel that this circuit that we're proposing is the least density. So if you look at the density along Rupert Road in the Pheasant Glen area, that's the least amount of density in your community. If you look at Eaglecrest, the north side of your airport, and Qualicum Woods, and that area, and to the southwest, which would put you directly over town, there's a greater density. So yes, we have considered that.
Okay, just so everyone's clear, Pheasant Glen has over 200 units approved. People are not there yet, but they will be. That is more population than all of Rupert Road combined. It's just full stop. So if we're flying over Pheasant Glen, that is the maximum possible density. So that's just why I have some concerns that it doesn't seem to line up with my understanding of the facts. So are we based on the current number of people or what we've already approved as a council several years prior as currently being built as we speak? Because it's not there yet, but it will be. And I'm just seeing we're going to get more complaints in 3 years with this exact flight path, because when all those people move in, they're going to realize, wow, there's a lot of planes flying over my head. So we're fixing one problem, but we're creating several more.
Thank you. Further discussion. Councillor Haig.
Just a few other things. For me, this is something where I look back at all the multiple committees of the whole. I don't see any reason to have more than one of this in our term, quite frankly, but we're doing it biannually, twice a year. And the important data point for me is the number of complaints that are received and then the number of actually actionable items. So I suggest, folks, if you're interested in this, go back through this committee of the whole, look at the staff reports about 100, 200 complaints that are received, and then usually about 6 or 7 are actually actionable. This is something where I think we're basically trying to mollify a vocal group of people who really don't like the airport very much, which is fair enough. They can voice that concern, but it's not for me based on facts, and I think it's creating a much larger problem for the next council. So I'll be voting against this.
Thank you. Further discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Harrison opposed. Thank you. Corporate Services, Ms. Lundberg.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. Through you, we're just presenting the 2025 special event sponsorship applications. This was a result of a new program we implemented this year. The first intake was ended July 31st. Future intakes will be in March of next year, but this was kind of the first trial of this. The idea of the special event sponsorships is to provide funding to nonprofit organizations that are registered, that operate within the town and that put on special events. They can apply for up to $2,500 in funding, and there's a maximum allocation of $10,000 for all these special events. So the 5 recommendations are before you. There were 2 additional applications that were not advanced as part of the recommendations, but again, it's up to council to consider whether they would like to include those as well.
What is council's opinion on this? Councillor Skipsey, move all 5? Councillor Vander, Valk seconding. Discussion. Councillor Harrison.
So we did receive a question from the public about one of the recipients. I'm not really going to single them out, but just more as a general policy discussion. When these requests come in, is there any method of determining financial need in terms of determining how much money should be apportioned and who receives what?
Ms. Lundberg.
In the case of this intake, most of the requests fell, well within the $2,500 asks and collectively fell within the $10,000 range. So that kind of prioritization wasn't made in this case. Of course, if we do have in future intakes more applications than what the $10,000 allocation allows, then we would have to take those additional steps to ensure that those types of things are taken. I should also note that there's not anything specific in the policy that highlights that as a thing either.
And to be fair, it'd be very hard to verify. So, fair enough.
And the other caveat is that they have to bring in the original receipts. So if we can consider the official receipt not really applicable for the policy that I'll get there. So if we don't agree with the expenditure, would we then come back to council, or would staff be able to say, no, that portion is not eligible, we're going to give you less than what originally you got approved for?
Through you, Mayor Westbrook, that determination would likely be made by staff.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
On one of the staff recommended applications in regards to the Qualicum Beach Farmers Market, it was mentioned that does it require financial need? And in this particular incident, there's a lot of vendors that pay to be at that event. And so why do they need to ask town for money to do this when town is already supporting them with extra staff, washroom facilities, and electrical for that evening?
And that's the discussion that council needs to have, and we can say, no, we don't agree with the farmers market getting that kind of money. They raise enough on their own, if that's what you feel. So staff just moves the recommendation based on what they think the policy says, but it's up to us to approve them. We can pull any one of them out and say we don't agree with them getting that kind of money, because for whatever reason. So if you want to make an amendment that says we withdraw the support for the farmers market, number 3, then we can consider that.
Yes, I would like to do that. And my reasoning for that is that when the Qualicum Beach Merchant Society, when they're asking for money, it isn't, when they do the Moonlight Madness, it isn't to just benefit the businesses. The businesses do it annually just to bring up the Christmas spirit in our community. And we, the merchants, do spend enough money on their own towards this as well. So I support their funding ask, but for the farmers market, it is a nonprofit organization, and they do receive a lot of vendor buy-in on this.
Okay, so in this case, I think you'd like to make a motion to pull number 3. Is there a seconder for that? I second it, because I agree. They seem to be well sourced, and I'm not sure if it's worth for us to put that kind of money in. I can tell you honestly, for the longest time, I've been against any kind of grants. But the policy got passed, so we're working with the policy, and I support that. But in the case of the farmers market, I'm not sure whether it's necessary to provide them with $2,500. Any further discussion? Councillor Van Valk, Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, I think that that they should be supported. I don't think that there's, it's a Christmas night market. They will bring a lot of activity into the town, and part of the title of the policy, I believe, is business and tourism promotion. So it is bringing people into the town and bringing activity into the town. And it is an event that they have previously been part of Moonlight Madness, and added a lot to that event. Now they're wanting to do it as a separate event because there was a lot of pushback from businesses. So I fully support them being sponsored, and I would say that as well. Staff does have on page 171, they do have staff are requesting in terms of the Qualicum Beach Merchant Society, staff are requesting further details, just to make sure that that organization isn't overlapping with the Chamber of Commerce, because they're both being paid funds to host Moonlight Madness. So I think there's a bit of undercurrent of, I don't know what the correct wording would be, but I think that we should either fund both of those groups or neither of those groups, because there is a conflict, could be a conflict in terms of the Chamber of Commerce and the Merchant Society, and I think that that's more of a difficult situation than with the farmers market. The farmers market brings in a lot of business and a lot of activity into the town, and what the farmers market is paid by the vendors is really irrelevant. It's what they bring into the town, and people come from lots of different places to come to our farmers market and to come to their special events, and I think they should be supported.
Thank you. Councillor Skipsey?
Well, I think it looks fine to me. I would support it. It's a one-time sponsorship. They're going to provide the information on the eligible expenses, receipts. So, and I think sometimes investing in community can pay off in ways that we can't always track or predict. So I do think it's community building, and that's the intention of these grants, and so I would support all 5.
Thank you, Councillor Skipsey. Councillor Harrison?
And I'd echo, actually, Councillor Skipsey on this. I think the purpose of these grants is to provide benefit to our citizens for events. I think we've seen some events erode. Sometimes it's beyond our control. It's just the rules catch up to us, and we, like, I'm just, sorry, our fireworks bylaw specifically allows fireworks on Halloween, but we can't do that because of a bunch of rules. We can't do the bonfire because of a bunch of rules. It's unfortunate. But where we can support events in the evening that are fun for the whole community, great. I think if members of council have concerns about the costs, I do think it's fair to maybe sit down and talk with the farmers market, either individually or as a council. I think we have so much work coming down our pipeline. I don't want to suggest we get a report, but I do think if members of council have concerns about the farmers market and what's being generated, I'd talk to the folks who run it and just sit down and say, hey, I'm just looking for some information on this in good faith. And I'd suggest we support all of them at this point. It's all within budget. I think we actually have money left over. So good enough for now, and if we want to follow up, we can. I do think, though, that as we get into rougher financial waters, potentially, I'm looking at the provincial budget, and it's not very happy. We might have to have an awkward conversation of there's less money in this fund next year or 2 years from now. And if so, well, then we have the conversation. But I wouldn't want to preclude an event for the community by, how should I say this, adding criteria that weren't initially there when they applied.
Thank you. Councillor?
This is a difficult thing to ask for an exclusion. I support the farmers market and all that they do. And I know we have the budget to do this, but it's not about, like, just because we have the budget that let's go ahead and spend it. We need to be practical with our spending, and it doesn't seem reasonable that we're giving them upwards of $2,500 to do a Christmas theme around their market. If they just held their market without doing extras, it would still do well. When the Moonlight Madness is done, this money is towards, like, the Santas, the other events that are on the street. It isn't to benefit any one business. All the businesses decorate and do their own specials for Christmas. And so I just feel that with the funds that is received by the farmers market, that this just seems to be an unfair ask that isn't necessary.
Thank you. I think we've had a good discussion. I'm going to call the question on the amendment to pool number 3. All in favor? Motion failed. Then the motion as stands, all 5, and that was moved and seconded. So further discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I think that concludes that one. So I think next is the subsidized rental applications.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. Just very briefly, we've received 3 applications for the subsidized rentals. This is an annual program that we offer 2 intakes for. All 3 of these, I believe, have been past recipients of the subsidized rental.
Thank you. I think we can take all 3 at once. Can I have a motion to that effect? Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Harrison, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. And then the special event applications.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. Very quickly on this one, this is just for the Christmas night market, Thursday, December 5th.
Yes. You've pointed out the dates were wrong. It's all December 5th. Thank you. What is Council's wish? Councillor Vander, Councillor Skipsey seconding, and that is for the special event applications, and there's, well, it's just, there's the one. Okay. With the date changed to December 5th. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. And then the authorization for the creation of the field of crosses. Who's going to speak to that? Councillor, Ms. Lerberg.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. Very briefly, again, for this one, we just received an annual request from the Legion to hold their Field of Crosses events through the early part of November in recognition of Remembrance Day and the service of veterans.
Thank you. I move that request. Councillor Harrison seconding. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Levels of service, benches, and picnic tables. Who's going to speak to that? Ms. Lerberg.
With the addition of 2 new picnic tables at the skate park, we're just asking council to revise the levels of service, which currently has a cap at 40 to increase to 42 to accommodate those 2 new benches.
Thank you. I was there last week, Thursday night, and they're fascinating to watch, these skateboarders. It's really cool. And it's amazing how many people my age and even older go there to watch them. So to have a few benches, I think, makes it more attractive and inclusive. And we always talked about that, making it more of a family place, including maybe eventually some picnic tables or things to make people feel welcome. That is not for a certain group, it's for the whole community. So I support this request. Can I have a motion to that effect? Councillor Vander, Councillor Skipsey, discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And then the announcement of the council meeting, closed council meeting motions. And I think it's all laid out there. So we already approved and we're just making it public. And then the council attendance at the Vancouver Economic Alliance. Pardon? Did I forget one? G, sorry. The media policy. Okay. Could I have a motion to that effect? Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Harrison, discussion. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. And then we have the attendance. And the reason why it's on here, council by policy can attend all UBCM every year in their term, all the Association of Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities conferences every year, and then FCM, each council can attend twice, except the mayor, if he wishes, can go every one. So anything above, like this one with the Vancouver Island Economic Alliance, council would have to approve sending members of council to that conference and pay for the cost of doing that. So there's your recommendation. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander, discussion. Councillor Harrison.
Sorry, just for another conference which is coming up a little bit later in the year. And I know Councillor Vander recently has talked a lot about co-op housing and more affordable housing for young families. It's called Housing Central. Last time, elected officials got free tickets. The tickets are usually like about $1,200. and it is the best affordable housing conference in Western Canada, full stop. So last time I went, someone basically talked about their master's thesis on co-op housing and did a whole slideshow presentation. So I strongly recommend it. The folks who run it is the BC Nonprofit Housing Association, who is the group that represents all non-market housing across all of British Columbia, co-ops, affordable housing, supportive housing, everything. And they do know Ravi on a first name basis. The Gilatki is the lady who runs it. So if, like for all members of council, strongly recommend you give it a look. Maybe just go online, look at what's offered. And the
Okay,
last thing about...
Can we deal with this
Oh,
one?
sure, sorry, you're right.
So this is approving, you almost talk yourself out of it. So this is to send Councillor Young and Councillor Harrison to this Vancouver Economic Alliance. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. If there's another conference, take it to staff and they'll put a motion in there. Thank you. Pickleball courts will be withdrawn as we moved on with the recommendation from out of notice of motion from Councillor Skipsey. Planning and Community Development, Mr. Sales.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. I do have some slides, but I'll just start to talk through them.
Mr. Sales, just a moment. Go ahead, Ms. Rella.
Sorry, Your Worship, we did talk about a resolution to withdraw that from the agenda
Oh, it has to be a
formally, just for the
I
breadcrumbs. My
just
apologies.
declared it withdrawn.
Okay,
because
I know you did.
That's not good enough anymore. Okay, so a motion to withdraw. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander Valk, discussion, all in favor, motion carries. Thank you. Now, Mr. Seals, sorry for the interruption.
Perfect. No, it's okay. Next item on the agenda is OCP review timeline and decision points. So there were some matters that didn't get concluded as of July 16th, and then there's some new recommendations coming forward. So I'll walk through them one at a time. So first of all, decision point 19. This was discussed on the July 16th meeting, but the motion that actually came forward was unrelated to the decision point 19 that was in the agenda. So it's being brought forward for your consideration again, just to have formal endorsement of this motion. So the recommendation is that staff work with the OCP Review Steering Committee to streamline the OCP structure to provide a tighter focus on land use and development policies, with some existing OCP content being relocated to other plans, such as the Community Transportation Plan or zoning bylaw. So a lot of that discussion is already underway with the OCP Review Steering Committee, and the restructuring is going well, but we do need formal council endorsement so that we can prepare that formal draft for the October consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vander Valk, you've been part of this committee work. What is your opinion on this? Microphone.
I move the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Skipsey seconding. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Please proceed, Mrs. Gills.
Thank you. The next is OCP decision point 3. This is one that was considered but subsequently deferred to a future meeting. And that is in regard to a property that's adjacent to Pheasant Glen. It's forestry land. And the recommendation is that a policy could be introduced into the OCP such that the town could consider a zoning amendment in the future to accommodate residential potential, subject to a few important considerations. So one would be the provision of a significant secured community benefit. So for example, it could be specific attainable housing that aligns with the priority housing groups in the OCP, could be permanently protected greenbelt dedications, or some other significant community amenity. So that's the staff recommendation. We look for council guidance on this. Thank you.
Well, I am opposed to this. I don't think that is the place to be looking at developing it into housing. So I would be against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone care to make a motion for this one? Then this one is voided. So it doesn't take any action. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. The next one is a new decision point, and this is actually a recommendation that Council reconsider a motion that was made on July 16th. So the motion that Council made was that non-ALR parcels on the south side of Rupert Road between Memorial Avenue and Qualicum Road be included into the urban containment boundary. And so that motion, the recommendation is that it be rescinded. And in substitute for that motion, the motion would read that the non-ALR parcels south of Rupert Road remain outside the urban containment boundary, and that policies be incorporated into the rural land use designation to support potential subdivision of these properties into large estate residential lots, and to clarify potential commercial uses for the former garden center property. So this recommendation is before Council after considering the realignment of the urban containment boundary. Staff recognize that there could be unintended consequences for actually extending the urban containment boundary at that particular location, and it would be advisable to amend the rural policies to simply permit the types of uses that Council was contemplating rather than actually redrawing the full line. So that's what this recommendation would advance. Thank you.
Thank you. And as Ms. Lurberg explained, we had to change the word on this point 11 from within to outside. Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense. So thank you for catching that. What is Council's wish? Councillor Skipsey, move. Councillor Vander, seconding. Discussion. Councillor Harrison.
So just so I'm clear, sorry, I sent staff an email yesterday about changing the wording of rural. We're not doing that as part of this, is my understanding correct?
Mr. Sales?
Yes, thank you. So if this motion goes through, those properties would remain designated as rural. However, the OCP rural section would have policies in it that identify some types of commercial uses that can be considered in a rural context, and that it would also allow for the subdivision of those existing house sites into large sites, effectively recognizing the existing pattern that's already there. So it's just another way of achieving the same thing without actually redrawing the urban containment boundary. Because my understanding is that it wasn't Council's intention to actually see urban development on the site. It was that Council had a particular concept of rural development that they were willing to consider. So slightly, just a different way of doing it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if we are going to have a discussion about what gets included in rural, we might want to have that as a separate conversation when we're looking at it. It sounds like it's a future decision anyway, so
Yeah.
it's not part of this decision.
No. Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is an updated timeline for the consideration of the OCP amendment bylaw. As Council is aware, there is a provincial deadline to review and adopt this by the end of the year. So initially, the draft actually would have been on your desk today. So earlier this year, we were shooting to have the OCP before you today. Clearly, there were some other priorities that took a lot of Council's time and staff's time as well. So we are now shooting for an October introduction of the OCP amendment bylaw, and that would still land us with adoption in December, assuming it proceeds on schedule. So that is just acknowledgement and receipt of the updated timeline. Thank you.
So that would be after the public hearing regarding Eaglecrest. Thank you. I have a mover and a seconder for this recommendation. Councillor Vander, Councillor Skipsey, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. And number 5.
Thank you. Number 5, I would consider to be a housekeeping endorsement. So the province requires that municipalities review their zoning bylaw and their OCP to ensure that there's enough housing capacity to meet the interim housing needs report numbers that were from last year. And it's been said in public meetings, Council and otherwise, that the existing zoning, because of the changes from Bill 44, already exceed the housing targets from that interim housing needs report. That doesn't mean that our housing needs will be met. It's a number exercise. We meet it. So by endorsing this recommendation, it saves a lot of future work. So in other words, we can just focus on the OCP in a way that is most relevant to our residents rather than chasing the numbers, because we already meet the numbers. Thank you.
What is council's wish? Councillor Vander, you move the recommendation. Councillor Skipsey seconding. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carry. Thank you. Garden Road East.
Thank you. And if I could just pull up those slides. So the next item on the agenda is consideration of a development permit for 131 Garden Road East. And this is a residential property that is proposed for construction as a fourplex. So the consideration before council today is a development permit. Let me just move forward. There we go. The property is on Garden Road. It would have access to two of the dwelling units from the laneway, and the other two would be from the front, from Garden Road. In a lot of ways, it's very similar to a project that council approved earlier this year that was also a fourplex on First Avenue. And when that property came forward for council consideration, there were a few potential conflicts with the design guidelines. And so the same issues have been flagged in this memo before you, and I'll just walk through them one at a time. The OCP does say that where possible, access should be from the laneway. This has access to two of the dwellings from the laneway and two from the frontage. That was discussed at length with the First Avenue property, and rather than repeating the same discussion again, staff are just accepting that for the time being, for this configuration, we're going to accept two on one side and two on the other. So not recommending further analysis of that particular issue. The second potential conflict on this one is that the drawings don't actually show landscaping all the way up to Garden Road, and that may be just a slight inconsistency on their drawings, but staff would say that it meets the landscaping requirements if that landscaping is extended. So the recommendation is that that landscaping be added there. And then the other potential issues is that there's no screening for the parking adjacent to the roadway. Once again, we addressed this on the First Avenue property. No need to recycle the same discussion again. So there were three potential issues. One of them can be resolved by extending the landscaping out to Garden Road. The other two we dealt with in a very similar context on First Avenue, and so staff are just recommending that we proceed as is and issue the development permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sales. What is council's wish?
Just move the staff recommendation, and this is for the notification, correct?
No, this is approving it. Councillor Skipsey seconding? Seconding, discussion. Councillor Skipsey.
Thank you. I do like where this is going. I think this is the type of housing that's really needed in town. I think it's almost like a mini patio home or something. I do have a little bit concern over the roof line. It seems to go on and on and on, and it's just kind of this blank space on page 249. And I just wondered if there was anything that could be done about that. And I don't know that it's worth sending it to the APC over that, or if there's something that could be done in place of it. But it just feels like a really big block of roof.
It does look like a long roof, but it'd be great for solar panels. Mr. Sales.
Thank you. I think we could certainly pass that on to the applicant, and they may be able to modify it. I don't think it's something that conflicts with the design guidelines per se, especially on a small, simple roof or a simple building like this. I don't know that there's a lot of ornamentation that could easily be added, but we can pass that on to the applicant.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. Further discussion? Councillor Vander.
Yeah, I have concerns about that big black roof as well. I think it could be, if there's no solar panels on it, it will be a definite heat sink. I also just have a general question. You mentioned, Mr. Sales, that because we had approved the other project, a similar project on First, that you'd, it seemed to me the assumption was that then that has set a precedent and we needn't look further at other proposals if they have the same difficulty. I don't know that I agree with that. I think we do still need to try and uphold our design guidelines. So I'm a little bit concerned about that, but given what the general questions are today, I think it is, as Councillor Skipsey said, I think it is a good solution that we don't have many of these types of housing forms, built forms in town. And certainly, hopefully it would be much more affordable than a lot of the housing projects that have been built of late. I did have a problem with, on their plant legend, they on page 247, they have a cedar hedge, which I think the fire department would, if they did a fire smart assessment of the property with a cedar hedge, they would say, that's not a good idea. So I would recommend against planting a new cedar hedge. And I think that's about it for me.
Any thoughts, Mr. Sales, about having cedar hedges?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Vanderbach. Well, Fire Smart is not my expertise, so I could certainly pass that on to the fire department and see if there's a concern. It wouldn't be a conflict with the design guidelines, but it is certainly good advice to keep that in mind. So I don't see it as necessarily changing the discussion today, but I will refer it to the fire department and maybe connect the applicant with them.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison. Oh, Councillor Skipsey, all ready to go?
Sure.
All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Canyon Crescent.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Westbrook. So this property was considered and approved for a development permit recently. And now what they would like to do is they would like to, rather than simply building 2 dwelling units on the property with potential for 2 suites, to essentially sever the property in 2 so that the actual built form would be exactly the same, but it would divide the ownership. And I'm just pulling up a slide. It just flipped around on me. Can you pull my presentation up again? Okay, so what's being requested is it's a development variance permit, and the request is coming to council because it doesn't conform with all the internal side lot minimums. So, sorry, it does not conform with the minimum parcel frontage, and so they can't do a conventional subdivision. Okay, we're getting closer. It took us a lot longer to go through all those slides and when we had to talk about them. He just flipped through 4 hours of work in 30 seconds. Okay, so just to recall what was decided before. So here we have a wide residential property. What was approved by council was a development permit that allowed a house, and then in the front, a garage with potential for a suite. So, and at the time that this was approved, it was intended, or it was considered to be a strata development. So all this would happen under one single parcel. Now the applicant is exploring the idea of subdividing the parcel into 2 so that there would be a property line right here down the middle. It does require a variance in order to do that. So development variance permits require 2 considerations by council. Today, council would decide whether you want to consider the variance in the first place, and then if so, we will notify the neighbors, and then at an upcoming meeting, council can consider issuing the development variance permit. So there's no change to what's actually being proposed in terms of what the house would look like or the garage. It would change potentially the ownership structure. So if council is willing to support the consideration of a development variance permit, that's the recommendation, and we would provide notice to the neighbors. Thank you.
Councillor Harrison.
Move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Young seconding. Discussion. Councillor Skipsey.
Okay. I won't be voting in favor of this. I think my preference would be to keep the project as initially proposed and approved by council. 14.5 meters is not just a small decrease from our 23-meter frontage requirement. And this proposal is allowed with 4 dwellings because of the province's Bill 44, but otherwise, several years ago, it would have looked quite different. But I just think that the ask for the decrease is just too much of an ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vander.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. And I think it is important to realize that if this was strictly under the old zoning, then they would have only been able to build a single-family home and a garden suite, and then with the increased density initiated by Bill 44, then they could build 4 units. So I don't think that this is the place to be changing that. And I think as well that the 14 meters is 14.5 meters is too small.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Wasn't there going to be a covenant to, if we allowed it to just to be 2 units, that we would not allow it to be 4 later on?
Mr. Seals.
Yes, thank you. So there was a development permit authorizing this particular configuration of building and everything. So essentially what you see here is locked in. That's what they would be able to build. So is the concern that they would divide this house in the future into multiple units? Is that? Okay, so if that's the case, I can talk with the applicant and make sure that we have that. If that's a concern, that can be addressed either through a covenant or some other, probably a covenant would be the way. Thank you.
I agree with our earlier decision to approve this project, but now it's going down the next stage. And I agree with Councillor Skipsey and Councillor Vander that I like what we approved, but I don't support the change. So I think we've had a discussion on it. Ready for the question? Councillor Harrison.
Sorry, this is what I haven't been able to weigh in on. I just want to point out, too, this is the one that's just the statutory notification.
Pardon?
This is the one that's actually the statutory notification. I got the 2 agenda items. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, so this recommendation is just for statutory notification for this, because it's a 2-step process, right? So why not actually ask the neighbors what they think about that first? I don't think there's harm in that. And then we'll find out what the neighbors have to say. At the end of the day, it's the exact same building. It's getting built, right? It's not changing the building in any way. And if there's concerns about a covenant to make sure it doesn't get subdivided further, I'm not sure it even could because it's so small now. I think there's certain size restrictions where you can't do stuff. I could be wrong. But again, if it's just statutory notification, I don't see what the harm is.
Well, that's fair. But if you don't want to do it anyway, why go through the process and then end up with the same decision after we do a lot of work and people get all worked up over it, or they come out here and we already kind of felt like we don't support this? I don't think that's fair either. I think the public has a right to know what we think, and we approve the project as it stands, but not an additional change by allowing a subdivision, as indicated for the reasons earlier. So are you ready for the question? Councillor Harrison.
Well, I just point out that, this is the sort of small, very small property means you have less land value. So if we want to have the most accessible form of housing possible for people to own, this is how you get it with less land. It's just really simple. Because it's a new build, the construction costs are still going to be a chunk. But, when there's duplexes that are going to market for $900,000, this is going to be a lot less than that. So I do think it's a bit of a mistake. Having a 2-unit strata, oh boy, that would be awkward if the neighbors agree to disagree on something. How does the strata resolve that? So this is why I think in this case, subdividing it when you're not changing the buildings, I don't think it hurts anyone. It's the exact same neighbors either way.
Yes, you could see it that way, but I think we approved the project based on what we saw, which was 4 units on one lot, which is according to Bill 44, and that got passed. So we agree. This is a good project, but now to say, oh, we're going to allow subdivision, that's a whole different thing. And I think people need to know that we don't agree, and Councillor Vander made it very clear, and Councillor Skipsey made it clear, and I agree with them. So on the recommendation, Councillor Young.
Sorry, we still constantly hear from people that are involved in stratas, and they just don't like that involvement, and they'd like to have more independence. So I think this idea of having 2 small single lots that are independent, I'm in favor of that, and I think it makes it more affordable for people to buy in and not have to deal with strata rules and regulations.
Thank you. I think if the owner had come to us with this project and what they're asking now, it might have been a slightly different conversation. But we're going down a path of saying, okay, we support 4 units because that's legislation and we want higher density. And then after I get that approval, I'll go and change some more, make this change. And I just don't like the way we get there. So I won't be supporting it. And I support the existing approval, but no change. Any further discussion? All in favor? So this is on
The staff recommendation, if I recall correctly, right?
Yeah. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Harrison, Mayor Westbrook opposed.
Sorry, no, I think you got the names wrong.
No? We're opposed, all 3 of us.
No, you mentioned my name, I think, instead of Councillor Vander.
Did I?
Yeah. It's been a long day. And if I misheard it, my apologies. It's been a long day for me, too.
I stand to be corrected.
I'm pretty sure you said Skipsey, Harrison, and Westbrook.
Okay. Well, Skipsey, Harrison, and Westbrook, okay, it happens, and I stand to be corrected, so I'll fix that. So opposed is in favor, Councillor Harrison, Councillor Young. Opposed, Councillor Skipsey, Vander, and myself. Okay, motion fails. Thank you. I think that's all we need to do today. Is there more? Oh, yes, this. I saw, okay, we're getting there. Okay, the priorities grant intake, Highway 19A. Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, this next item on the agenda is the Highway 19A Complete Streets Project. And just a reminder on how we got to the point of getting this project designed. It was on the top of the priority list of the 2023 Community Transportation Plan, along with the Qualicum Secondary School Traffic Calming Project. So those 2 topped the 2023 priority list for the Community Transportation Plan. And in early 2025, we submitted a grant application for the KSS project. And then in the 2025 financial plan, we had a line item there for the design of the Complete Streets project. So that's why this project has come to fruition so far. In last week, we had a lengthy discussion about the Highway 19A Waterfront Complete Streets project with Richard Derdoul, the traffic engineering consultant, at the Committee of the Whole meeting. And you may recall the renderings that were shown. So using the information that we shared with you, we'd like to proceed with a grant application through the UBCM Strategic Priorities Grant, specifically their 2025 intake under the capital asset category in the amount of $4 million, $67,672. Furthermore, in the grant application, it asked how we would handle some cost overruns, and in consultation with the Director of Finance, staff recommend that Council agree that any cost overruns to the project will be funded from reserve funds designated for investments in capital infrastructure. Staff also recommend that this project be included in the 2026 financial plan, as well as the last item, the $570,000, which is the estimated cost of resurfacing the parking areas on the north side of the scope of the project along the waterfront, the parking areas in particular. What I'm trying to avoid is having a nice shiny new highway and then people stepping out into a pothole in the parking lot when they go to park. So those parking areas are in tough shape. The estimated cost, which is not included in the grant, is about $570,000. So we're recommending that that be included in the 2027 financial plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Questions, comments to Mr. Watson? Councillor Skipsey.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that I thought it was a great presentation, and I support this project and its objectives. There was a letter to the editor recently in the local paper about our beachfront walkway, and I just wondered if we can maybe keep that in mind as we go forward on some of the upcoming projects. As you say, you don't want to have a shiny new highway and step into a pothole and trip on something on the walkway or something. So just a comment that the walkway will need some attention as well at some point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
In these amounts, are you also taking into consideration the possible cost increase in the next couple years?
Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we did include a contingency for that in the cost estimate. Yes.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Any carried? Thank you. Pardon? Did we not have a seconder? Man, I got to wake up here. Okay. Can I have a mover? Councillor Skipsey. Seconder, Councillor Vander. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And then the Cenotaph. Who's going to speak to that?
Thank you, Worship. Yes, so this is the Cenotaph project, specifically the reestablishment of the Cenotaph. Just a reminder, it used to reside down on at the intersection of Memorial Ave and Highway 19A where the roundabout is, but during the construction it had to be removed, and the components that made up that Cenotaph are sitting in our inventory here, including the flagpole, a large boulder, and a memorial plaque. So we do have those items still on hand. So in the 2025 budget, we had a project in there that included an RFP that was posted out to tender on BC Bid. It was out there for about 7 weeks. The idea was that we would get a design build project going on that. However, it had a $40,000 cap, and we unfortunately did not receive any proposals on the reconstruction of that. So it was going to be positioned at the field of crosses in an area that the town has leased at the corner of Memorial Ave and Railway Street, just behind the flower beds there, or in the flower beds. So unfortunately, doesn't leave us any time to do any construction between now and November. So going forward, staff recommend that we re-erect the flagpole at the Field of Crosses area, as well as the boulder and the Cenotaph. And that we also include in the 2026 strategic planning, a scoping sheet to put this back out to tender, maybe in a different format, but put it back out there and see if we can't get a proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Councillor Harrison.
Just move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Young. Discussion. Councillor Vander.
Yeah, I just had a question if it might be an idea to, if we're looking both at temporary and permanent, we have that lovely wooden carved bench that's at the corner of Harlech and Memorial, that the Lest We Forget bench. I wonder if that could be relocated to this site, because I think it would be more appropriate there than where it is just off the sidewalk beside the railway track. So it's just an idea.
Thank you. Any further discussion? It was moved and seconded. Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Of any? Carried. Thank you. And then the item that was added, and that is the request for proposals for a potential operator at Eaglecrest Golf Course. So that was a green sheet, and it's on the screen right now. I move the recommendation. I have a seconder, Councillor Skipsey. Discussion. Councillor Harrison.
So for me, I just have a lot of questions. One is this going to lay out the responsibility for the building and equipment and essentially operating costs? Secondly, for me, just philosophically, I've read multiple CBC articles about the City of Vancouver, and their Parks Board operates 6 golf courses, 3 18 holes, 3 pitch and putts, and it generates about $14 million a year, which is a heck of a lot more than Memorial generates per golf course. So one of the questions I'd have too is, do we have revenue expectations? So is this something where it's expected to generate a profit after we've invested sufficiently to make it up to a certain standard? I mean, obviously it's not going to be profitable year one. Forgive me, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done. But 3 or 4 years out, are we expecting a lease rate where it's reducing the tax burden for the community as a whole? Or are we expecting a lease rate which basically pays for itself? So that's just why I'm a little bit uncomfortable that we sign off on a lease before we have the conversation of what do we want the lease to do, essentially.
Well, this is a request for proposal, so we'll see. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. And I think that's it for today. Thanks, everybody, for staying with us all this time. And thank you, Council, for keeping me on track. This is very helpful. And thank you, staff, for this is a big agenda. And Ms. Luerberg, thank you for helping us work this through. So with that, a motion to adjourn. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander, all in favor? We are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.